everything that they just saw, they're fixing to tell everybody, but there's no telling how excited it was whenever it saw this thing.
Tehnomedija.
I mean, just look how happy he is, right? Like he's got, I guess he's happy. And he would probably be the only one that is happy to see it because everybody else's reaction speaks for itself. Then, of course, the guy who is currently struggling most with the reveal of this thing is the one that has to actually do the autopsy on it.
Blair, I'd like you to start an autopsy right away.
And it's just so funny learning that all of these guys are giving a genuine reaction to this thing because that little smoke that you see coming off of this thing is apparently really smelly. And Blair was close enough that he was struggling and got a big whiff right at the beginning and continued to
Tehnomedija 14 online koristimo. Da. A gdje piše ovako scenu? Yes? U stvari ne, to je ovaj 17, dobro kažeš, za online. A ovako, da, gdje je iznad? Nisi mi poslao link nikak.
To je dobra ploča. Ne znam koliko košta, ali...
cough and try to cover his mouth from here on, just like what Gary did towards the end here. But it works well because it plays into, oh no, what are we gonna do? This is crazy. And what also must have been crazy is the Norwegian guy, because as Copper finds out,
nothing wrong with this Norwegian. No drugs, no alcohol, nothing.
And what adds even more to all of this craziness
welcome
is
to my
Blair
channel.
is doing the autopsy, he's calling off all the organs that he's finding, and then he tells Fuchs and Copper,
seem to be normal.
Then you know we got to get another shot of this incredible creation here. I got this whole space right over here. It would be perfect to have like one of those things coming out of the wall. That would be awesome because right now, I guess the only stuff, the thing that I actually have is my poster.
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Diablo 4 digital artist in look for hunt event redeem codes.
The thing. Dumb. Trying to make jokes. Dumb. Get back to the movie boy. So that night we have Palmer and Child sitting in a bedroom as they're watching TV together and they're sharing a smoke back and forth. And then over in the rec room we have a few of the crew members playing pool.
Da. 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 A Peđina je verzija 1, ja mislim, jel tako? Mislim da je Peđina verzija 1, brate. 100% je Peđina verzija 1. Da. Da, da. To jest. Pa da. A to jest. Pa realno da.
Ček. Oh. Ew.
And the only thing I can assume is that this pool table also converts into a ping pong table, which is awesome. And then we have a few of the crew members who are currently playing cards, and one of them happens to be Bennings, who realizes that the dog is under the table and it scares him, and he yells for Clark to get the dog out of here and go put it up in the kennel where it belongs. So Clark, he takes the dog down to the kennel to actually put it with the other sled dogs that they have.
Go ahead.
And I just love this scene and actually hearing all of the background information about the dog itself, because his name is Jed, and apparently he was one of the best animals to ever work with. Because you can just tell from whenever Jed is actually walking in, the way that he's taking the one step at a time, and then he still looks so rigid whenever he lays down next to all the other dogs. Because all the other dogs just look like they're chilling like regular old dogs, and Jed clearly looks like an imposter. And Clark even notices that, well, that's kind of weird, but, you know, he's like, new dog, sure, whatever. And him being the dog man, he decides to leave Jed in there and goes about his business. But Jed is just an actor, and this thing that is currently in here is called out pretty quick by all the other dogs. And to connect more with them, the thing decides to open up. And it doesn't take any time at all for Stanley Uris here to come running back down to see what in the world's going on. Yes, I do plan to cover all of the It movies, so don't even worry about it. What you should be worried about right now is exactly what Mac has also been worried about, and the reason that he walks into the kitchen, gets a bottle for himself, and then pulls the fire alarm to let everybody know chaos is going on, and he could feel it in his bones. And speaking of bones, it makes me wonder, does this thing have bones? Because the way that it's moving makes me think it doesn't. And what we can figure out from this whole thing is that it is able to basically conjure up the past things that it has assimilated up to this point.
And it's imitated every life form it's been, encountered, so who knows? I mean, that it becomes a crab worm dog with its head split open. It's pretty bizarre.
And as Blair will point out later, that could be millions and millions of other species that it just has access to. Which is why they need to put an end to it right now, and so Mac and Gary pull out both of their guns that they have and begin blasting at this thing. Problem is, Mac also recognizes that, hey, we probably need to go ahead and take care of the rest of the dogs so that way this doesn't turn into like a weird dog thing colony going on back here. Starts to blast them whenever, of course, Clark... Because all Clark wants to do is take care of his dogs the best that he can, because he absolutely loves these little guys, and not have them all get shot or roasted by either Mac or Childs. But the real problem is not that all of this just happened in front of everybody to where they're now all going to have to admit something wild is going on here. But it's the fact that this thing split in two before Childs even made it down there with the flamethrower. This thing split in two, jumped up in the attic, took off probably halfway across the base before the big gross looking thing on the ground was ever caught on fire. Which, hey, if you're keeping count, that means that either Norris or Palmer are already one of the things, and now we have a second one that is currently running across the attic. And sure enough, probably will find a way to take somebody over later on in the film. And I will say that some people think that it actually falls back down to the ground after Childs comes in and burns this one, but the time difference, and this thing is trying its hardest to survive and get away, I just don't see how anyway it just sort of sat up there and waited to be caught on fire. It knows what's fixing to happen. It's not dumb. That's one thing that needs to be established with this entire movie, is that the thing is extremely smart. And Blair seems to be the only one at the base that is starting to understand this, as he does an autopsy on this weird dog thing, and what's left of it anyway. And then begins to reveal the secrets of how this alien creature works and what it's trying to do.
It's an organism that imitates other life forms, and it imitates them perfectly.
And I just love it because Blair doesn't stop here, but he continues his research for as long as he can, with his next step actually going to take a blood sample
Welcome to my
from the
channel.
surviving dog that jump scared Clark earlier.
That's not dog. It's imitation.
And this is when the paranoia amongst the crew members starts, because Blair wants to know, how long was this dog out for?
I don't know. It's just wandering around camp all day.
And Blair's thinking the same thing that I am, because why in the world would the guy whose literal job it is to take care of the dogs, to put them in the kennel, and to make sure he knows exactly where they are at all times, not be doing his job? Because once more, even in the script, it says that he is good at his job. So this causes Blair's suspicions of Clark to rise even more, and he has to ask him,
how long were you alone with that dog?
To which Clark answers,
I don't know, an hour and a half maybe.
And right after this, it starts to sink in for Clark exactly what Blair is getting at whenever he begins to question Blair. And Blair just says,
I don't know, it's probably nothing.
And since Blair doesn't know what we know and hasn't seen what we've seen, what we need to do is keep up and remember that it's either Norris or Palmer that is already assimilated. We have the other half of the dog thing that got away in the attic. And now we also potentially have Clark as being another thing here at the base. I mean, that's 3, and we really haven't even gotten started. So now that everybody is aware that something crazy is going on, the team gets together in the rec room and they're trying to figure out what's going on with the Norwegians. And they watch a videotape that they took from the base earlier to see sort of what they were actually studying out there in the in the Antarctica. Jeez. And they figure out just a little bit that they were basically using thermite to sort of dislodge something from the ice so that way they could then study it a little better. And fun fact, one of these guys actually in the videotape is John Carpenter himself as a sort of cameo.
I'm there someplace in that videotape.
But the funniest part to me is in the commentary, he's also not sure which one of them is him. He just knows that one of these guys is him, and Norris knows that where they were actually doing their research is roughly in this area.
Here.
And that's all that Mac needs to fly out there and see what in the world's going on. So McCready flies with Palmer, Norris, and his giant hat over to where the Norwegians were working to see exactly what they were trying to find in the ice. And yes, I did try my hardest to find one of McCready's giant hats, and they're just a bit too much. And speaking of finding something, they actually find the spaceship that we saw at the beginning of the movie buried in the ice, or where it should have been buried in the ice, but the Norwegians have apparently been spending a lot of time out here and have uncovered this. And from Norris's estimates, it seems like the ship has been here for around 100,000 years, just according to how deep it was in the ice. And the only thing that I'm wondering is, did they like actually bury that much thermite and then blow up layer after layer after layer? Or was it already like something shifted and then it sort of exposed itself and then they only had to blow up a little bit? Like that part I'm not really clear about on how deep they had to go down to be able to find what they found. But one thing's for sure, they should have just left it there instead of actually trying to dig it up, because it didn't end well for them, and now it's not going to end well for all of our main crew. But while they haven't quite realized this yet, they have realized exactly what that block of ice was that Mac and Copper saw over at their base earlier, and they can see where they cut it out of the ice and actually found the thing. And this seems to be enough evidence for Mac for whenever they get back to base that he's now theorizing on what happened whenever the Norwegians dug up the block and the thing got out and basically killed all of them, or they kind of did it themselves. It just turned into a bunch of chaos, and he's trying to explain as well as theorize on what he thinks happened as well as what might happen to them. But most of the crew is in complete disbelief, and some of them are actually trying to come up with a more logical explanation for everything that they see and everything that's going on. But it's hard to get around the fact that there are literal pieces of an alien spaceship sitting on the pool table. And before they're able to question Mac any further...
What are you disrespectful men been tossing his dirty drawers in the kitchen trash can?
Now, of course, this may seem sort of odd at this point in time, but it'll come back up a few more times, and luckily I don't have to explain it now because Mac will literally explain what I would explain later in the movie, so we'll get there. The only thing that I want you to notice from the dirty drawers that Knowles actually brings in is what Mac does with them. He grabs the trash can, he reaches over, and then he throws them in the trash can. That's all you need to notice about the clothes in this exact moment, because the other thing that I want you to pay attention to is who all is here, and currently every single crew member is in this rec room, and Knowles was the only one that was unaccounted for. Not everybody speaks during this scene, but Palmer has a few words to basically be like, yeah man, aliens.
I mean, they taught the Incas everything they know.
Childs is the one that is most outspoken against this whole idea of aliens and keeps questioning Mac and trying to figure out a different explanation, which Mac doesn't seem to be able to handle or even want to, because he literally just saw a spaceship, and that's pretty crazy. So he redirects it over to Blair, who will hopefully have some answers, and this is what Blair has to say. Okay, so luckily Blair's explanation doesn't happen here because he still wants to figure out exactly what's going on, and that's what he does that evening whenever he goes back to his room, sits down at his computer, and uses it to simulate what the thing would actually be doing. I don't know why that was so hard for me to explain now. It seems to be fairly standard for what a computer can do, but back then, whenever they were making this movie, they thought that this scene was going to be a bit of a stretch for what a computer could do at the time.
When we previewed the movie, we got somebody on the card said that this kind of technology doesn't exist and wouldn't exist.
And even though we've come a really long way with computers, what Blair learns from his in this moment is really scary. And the results that Blair gets from the computer says the possibility of one or more of the crew members already being infected by the alien is 75%. And I gotta say, by the look on Blair's face, I'm pretty positive that he believes that it's already 100%. And the way that I've been counting it is that we definitely do have one with either Norris or Palmer, and then we also have maybe another one with Clark, and then there was the other part of an entity that got away in the attic. And if part of it were to get away and make it to civilization, the world's only going to have 27,000 hours before it's all infected by the thing, which is just over 3 years. And so Blair's response to this is not to grab the bottle of Smirnoff that's sitting on his desk, but instead it's to grab his gun out of his desk. And I guess you can count this as a Chekhov's gun because it is going to come back up here in just a little bit. Or is Chekhov's gun only if it ties into the very end? How exactly does that definition work? And after this, we cut to MacReady sitting in a room. I'm pretty positive that it's not his room because his room is actually detached from the rest of the base. This seems to be that it is actually in the base and maybe just like a spare little office that he's able to go in and kind of collect his thoughts and write some stuff down. The weird part is that he brought the trash can from the rec room in here with him so he can look at somebody's dirty underwear, which I just think is a funny picture to imagine MacReady getting up to leave the rec room after going back and forth with Childs for a little bit longer and actually taking the trash can with him, and then on his way out asking Bennings for his bottle of J&B back so that way he can finish it off. And even if they did put that in the movie, I'm sure Kurt Russell would find a way to make all of that look really cool, because he is the coolest dude ever, even with as weird as his scene is of him looking at somebody else's dirty clothes that also seem to be ripped. Maybe it is more interesting than what I originally thought. I bring that up because it will come back around later. Once again, MacReady himself will actually explain it, so I don't have to. But he doesn't have time to right now because they're calling for him over the intercom to tell him to come get his stuff out of the storage room, because that's where they're putting all of the stuff from the lab in there, including the thing, the weird half split face thing. So he throws the shirt in the trash, he picks up his bottle, he checks to make sure that it's all gone because he's already finished it off, and then he leaves to go to the storage room. I point that out specifically because it will come back up at the end of this video. But for now, we see Windows and Bennings actually bringing the weird monster split face thing, I'm just going to call it a thing, into the storage room to set it down along with everything else that they've already moved out from the lab. MacReady is already in there getting his stuff and ready to leave. And just as he goes to walk out of the room, we have Fuchs coming up to tell him that, hey man, we need to talk because I don't know who else I can trust. Stuff's fixing to get real weird and I need somebody to explain some of what I've found out about the thing to.
Please, Mac.
And as much as Mac doesn't want to go and do that, he decides to go with him anyway. And in the storage room, Windows makes the absolute best suggestion that anybody could make at this point.
We ought to just burn these things.
But for some reason, Bennings says we can't do that because this is the find of the century.
That's going to win somebody the Nobel Prize.
Which, I mean, probably, if y'all make it out of this situation. Did they not explain to you how bad it was over at the Norwegian base? Oh, we're Americans. Everything will be fine for us. But I guess if they're not going to burn it, they're at least going to lock it in the room. So, of course, Windows asks Bennings, hey, man, do you have the keys? So that way, well, we can keep this thing in here. And he tells him to go get the keys from Gary. And that's because Gary is, of course, the
station manager.
Thank you, Crow. And that's the reason that he has the keys because, well, he's sort of the guy to keep up with everything and try to manage everybody. So Windows goes to find Gary. Bennings stays behind because he needs to
get some stuff out of here.
And I love this shot right here because I've missed it so many times and I pick up on it about half the time. But Windows almost picks up on it too. Because if he would have, it would have completely changed what is fixing to happen to Bennings. But while the weird split-face thing decides to liquefy itself into the floor in just a room alone with Bennings, we have Fuchs and Mac outside talking in private. And they're sitting in a
vehicle.
And Fuchs has been going through all of Blair's notes, and what Blair has found is that the cells are still active and alive in the burnt remains of both of the things. Which means that
they're not dead yet.
Then he continues on with Blair's thoughts by explaining that this thing has probably taken over millions of different life forms across all of space, and the only thing that it really needs is to be alone with somebody to take over their form.
It needs to be alone and in close proximity with the life form to be absorbed.
And Windows is fixing to see firsthand exactly.
A ne znam kad će Kumara doći, reći oko 4.
Oko 4 ti je rekao.
Pa tako. Beka se već ugradio, a? Vidi. Nek radi što će.
Exactly what that looks like. Wait. What, did you hear that? Did you see the keys that were in his hand? Right? He had the keys, he walked into the room, he turns, he sees Bennings being assimilated, and he dropped the keys and then ran outside to go find Max and Fuchs. Max? Mac. He dropped the keys. He dropped them on the floor. Just keep it in mind because we'll have to ask Gary about it here in just a moment. First, we all have to go outside to deal with Bennings, who broke out through the window and is now running like a crazy man through the snow. So they set off the alarm, they go running out there to find Bennings currently kneeling down in the snow, and pay attention during this entire time because you'll only end up seeing 10 of the 12 crew members out here. We're missing Clark, and we're also missing Blair for everything that happens. But nobody notices this right away because Bennings here. And well, that's not good, so Mac does the only thing that makes sense in this moment. So if you would allow me to get my thoughts out there and actually theorize a little bit on what in the world is going on here with Bennings, because I have some problems with what just occurred. And I have 3 different solutions to explain what in the world just happened. The first one is that the thing just didn't have enough time to fully assimilate Bennings, and he freaked out whenever Windows came in, causing him to jump up, run outside, sort of half-formed, and was just simply not smart enough to go and hide somewhere to continue assimilating Bennings, and then playing it off like, oh, Windows is just losing his mind, which would have been a really interesting direction to go with what happens with Bennings, but we also do get this cool shot, so can't really be that mad. The second solution that I have to this whole thing is that the thing is extremely intelligent, and this is sort of a sacrificial pawn that is currently going on with Bennings to make them all think, well, thing's kind of an idiot. It could have ran away and hid for a little while, but instead it fell down right in the snow in front of all of us and allowed us to burn it on the spot, which would also give them a little bit of hope, thinking that they might actually be able to win this game that the thing is currently playing with them. And the third solution that I have to this is a little out there, so stay with me. Fuchs is going to propose an idea here in a little bit to MacReady, saying that he believes that only a small portion of the thing is all that is needed to fully assimilate somebody. This is where the slow assimilation process in theory comes from, that I will be bringing back up later. But for now, all that we need to know is that it is possible that Bennings has already started this slow assimilation process before this happens. Meaning that he was already partially assimilated, and now the split face thing is trying to fully assimilate him, causing there to be basically 2 entities inside of Bennings that are now trying to fight it out and also survive, because only one can win at this, which would lead to almost fully formed Bennings and the weird little hands of the thing trying to figure out what in the world to do now. And consequently, from both of them trying to survive, it led to both of their deaths through MacReady, setting them on fire.
Cool stuff.
What I like about that is if that's in a different movie and you start the fire the other way, of course the can explodes.
So with all of that out of the way, and actually talking about fire, they do what Windows suggested earlier, and what they should have already done, but taking the rest of all of them out there and also burning them along with the rest of Bennings. And it's finally at this moment that they all look around and go,
"Where's Blair?"
And I guess Clark is just completely forgotten about again, because they don't even mention him not being there. But it doesn't seem to matter too much, because they still take their time and they actually bury all of the burnt remains in the snow, and Fuchs comes up to talk to Mac, and he says,
"I can't find Blair."
And from what I can tell, it seems like everybody is accounted for at this point, except for Blair himself, who Mac actually thinks that he sees over at the helicopter.
Blair?
And I do want to point out what Carpenter said during the commentary here is not that it is Blair running away, is that we assume that this is Blair running away.
We don't know who that is, but it's supposedly Blair.
Then he also goes on to talk about how MacReady just randomly found this flashlight out of nowhere. Where did it come from? Who knows? Mystery flashlight? Sure.
We don't know why you find that flashlight.
But with it, he's able to see that the inside of the helicopter has been destroyed, and that's not good. But not only that is currently being destroyed, but back inside, Blair is going ballistic and destroying everything he can in the comm room.
Most of you don't know what's going on around here.
And I mean, other than hurting Windows, I don't really blame Blair for this, because this is really the only way to ensure that the thing is not able to escape and make it over to the rest of the world. because at that point, it's basically just going to be invasion of the body snatchers. And at this point is whenever Childs comes running down there with his fake hand, because Keith David actually broke his arm before they were filming all of this, and the best way they could cover it up was with this fake hand. And I'm going to point it out, and this is not the only fake hand to make it into the movie, and I will also point the other one out. But right now, all Childs is doing is pointing out the fact that Blair also went on to kill the rest of the dogs. And this causes Clark to be extremely concerned because that's his literal job, and I'm sure he would consider them his friends as well. So he gets up to go and check on the dogs. While he's doing that, everybody's coming up with a plan on how to take out Blair. And so Childs walks around to the side, and we get one of the best lines in the movie from Blair. That gets me every time. And absolutely in this moment, he seems to mean it, but sadly, for him, he runs out of bullets. Which gives the whole crew just enough time to come running in to attack him with a table because he also has an axe. There's a little bit about all of this in the commentary talking about him sort of falling backwards so that way, you know, they don't get caught up with the table and the axe and everything.
A little scuffle here in a second that Will was very worried about. He was worried about getting hurt. You can see, here's what watch him as he backs up. There you go. He doesn't want to get hit too hard.
But there was a lot of stuff in this movie that used things that were dangerous. But they beat up on Blair. Everybody seems to have made it out with minimal injuries, and Fuchs falling back here also makes me laugh every single time because he's just like, oh, finally. But what's not a relief is what Clark finds over in the kennel. And the thing is, I don't know if there was only the one dog that jumped scared Clark earlier that was left, or if there was more dogs. Because Child specifically says,
"Let's kill the rest of the dogs."
Which, of course, I don't want to just see a bunch of dead dogs laying around. That's not going to be cool. But it makes me wonder why Blair went and did this in the first place. And yes, I do have two answers for you. One is that Blair, whenever he took the blood sample and tested it, found something that shouldn't be there, which caused him to freak out and handle the dogs.
Most of you don't know what's going on around here.
The other is that Blair recognized that the only thing to get away last time from the Norwegians was a dog, and he wanted to make sure that that didn't happen again, and, well, handles the situation accordingly. And it seems like instead of just jumping to conclusions and dealing with Blair in the moment, they actually waited until the next day. I'm sure they all got together in the rec room and tried to figure out what would be best for the next step. And I point this out because we will notice throughout the entirety of the film, there is a lot of passage of time where we just don't know what happens. But we can see that big decisions were made during that time. And one of those is to take Blair out to the tool shed and lock him inside. And not just lock him in there, but actually give him a sedative to keep him calm so that way I guess he can more slowly adjust to his new living situation. So as Copper leaves and everybody else is outside, we have Mac and Blair having a conversation, and I just love this entire course of dialogue because Blair's just like,
I don't know who to trust.
And it's interesting to me because he doesn't just say, Mac, I trust you, I don't know who else to trust. He says, I don't know who I can trust at this point. Any of you could be the thing.
Trust's a tough thing to come by these days.
And so Max says one of the other best lines in the movie at this point.
Tell you what, why don't you just trust in the Lord?
Which is the best advice that he can give, even though he did just take a drink of Blair's Smirnoff and leaves some of his, own spit and saliva and DNA on the bottle for Blair to then also take a drink of it later for them to then share some DNA. Do you see kind of where I'm going with this? We'll come back to it because Fuchs hasn't quite gotten to that understanding yet, and there's some important stuff that happens whenever Fuchs gets there.
Watch Clark.
What?
But for now, all we need to do is...
I said watch Clark.
Which I mean is good advice, and probably should have mentioned that earlier when literally nobody noticed that he wasn't there for the burning of Bennings.
So how do we know who's human?
But instead of them asking that question, Childs asks one of the biggest questions in the movie whenever Max steps outside.
If I was an imitation, a perfect imitation, how would you know if it was really me?
And this question is not just to the movie, but it goes for the commentary.
Ourselves, whether we would know whether we had been taken over, because it takes you over so perfectly.
And whenever they were filming this, they kept asking each other the same thing. So instead of playing any of their characters a little different if they thought that they were the thing, they just decided it would be best to play as they normally would, because would you really know?
This was the scene that got everybody talking throughout the whole movie. We never figured out. You could never figure this out.
Like, of course, if you are the thing, like, you would know that you're the thing, but to everybody else, you're just a perfect imitation, and so they wouldn't know. They wouldn't have any way to know. And so they asked Dr. Copper, is there a way that we could figure out who is who and what's going on?
Possibly. I've been thinking about a blood serum test.
And he comes up with the idea of testing their blood that they currently have in their bodies with the blood that is stored away in, I guess, like a blood fridge. If there is a technical name for whatever it is other than just fridge, please let me know. And Mac decides to let everybody else that's standing there know we need to watch Clark, because that's what Blair said, and Fuchs lets Mac know, well, we also need Blair because he knows the most about the thing. But then Mac's all like, nah, Blair's got to stay in there because that dude's, he's losing it. And he just tells him to get all of his notes and figure out as much information as he can and let him know, I guess. So I gotta ask, what do you think of Fuchs's performance in this? Because it turns out that Joel here, this is his first movie to ever be in.
His doom. Joel was very excited. This was his first movie ever.
I'll be honest, I think he's doing great. He might just be one of my favorite characters in the film. But it is kind of hard to pick whenever there is 12 characters to pick from in a movie, and we kind of have to juggle and keep up with most of them. So I do want to ask, like, are you starting to catch on with who everybody is and what their names are and kind of how they act? Because all of that is important for what happens next to figure out what in the world happened to the blood.
Somebody got to the blood. What?
Because clearly somebody came in here, unlocked the blood fridge, and then cut all of the bags, so now all of the blood's useless. Which means that the thing is, still extremely smart to have picked out this plan even before they did, but now they have to figure out who did it, because Copper's the only one that would need in here, being the doctor, and then Gary is the only one with the keys. And everybody's suspicious of them, and then they also just decide to throw Clark in there because, well, he was around the dog thing, and that makes everybody nervous. And so, of course, they ask Gary, well, who would have had the keys?
Nobody. I just give it to Copper whenever he needs it.
And Child, starting to get a little hot here, points out that Gary's key ring never leaves him.
That key ring of yours is always hooked to your belt.
And while this is just causing everybody to escalate more and more, Windows is seen backing up towards the doorway before he bolts down the hall. Now, hold on, because why would he do this? I remember watching this, you know, for the first couple times and being like, you know, maybe he's just freaking out. He doesn't really know who to trust or what's going on, kind of like Blair, and so he just bolts down the hall to get a gun and try to get away from everybody. But the thing is that Gary gave Windows the keys earlier and is just not mentioning that to anybody. And so Windows is like, why would he not say that he gave me the keys? I was the last one that had the keys, and he's not even bringing it up. Which leads Windows to the extreme of grabbing a gun and saying this.
You're gonna let him give the orders? I mean, he could be one of those things!
And I don't know if Gary's just trigger happy or what exactly is going on here, but he's already got him cornered. And this is his response whenever Windows says he might be one of those things.
I don't know about Copper. I give you my word, I did not go near that blood.
Not that he isn't one of those things, but that he didn't go near the blood, which I 100% agree with. I don't think he was the one to go down there to the blood, but we'll get there towards the end of exactly who it was and why. Because right now, we got to redirect just like what Gary does and says, I don't really think it's best for me to be leading this operation since people are going to be doubting me, and clearly I'm on edge. Somebody else take over. And he tries to pass it off to Norris, who, hey, if you remember, potentially infected.
I'm sorry, fellas, but I'm not up to it.
This is whenever Child steps up to try to take over and is stopped by Mac.
There should be somebody a little more even-tempered, Child.
Potentially infected. And Gary also sort of steps in the way to make sure that Childs can't get it. who is also potentially infected.
I'll take it.
Hell you will.
And even Clark pulls out a knife to try to get in the way of Childs taking over, who is also potentially infected. Don't you start making those comments. I know what you're fixing to say. What a blood scene. We'll get there. So luckily they're thinking ahead and they do the smart thing in this situation of going outside and burning the blood bags. Is that the smart decision in this situation? Like, that seems weird, right? Like, there's a little bit left over in each bag, and I guess if you like stab through all of them and then cut down, it would most likely cross-contaminate each individual bag to where they're not usable. But why are they burning the blood bags? Do they think that the thing could use them? Why would Mac decide to do this? All of this is coming to me right now, and I don't have an answer for you. But Mac at least can tell us this.
If you were all these things, then you just attack me right now. So some of you are still human.
And I mean, at this point, yeah, I could agree with him. Sounds good. The only person that's not currently here, of course, is Blair, who's still locked in the tool shed. And while they don't just lock him up, they decide that it would be best to go ahead and tie up Copper, Gary, and Clark just to be safe. Which is actually a smart decision, because that's what they need to continue doing, is playing it safe from here on out. And they even go as far as giving them all some morphine to basically keep them calm, so they're a lot easier to deal with, and hopefully only one person has to watch them, because they all need to go and prepare for the storm that is currently coming.
There's a storm hitting us in 6 hours. We're gonna find out who's who.
Which a storm and being locked down and basically quarantined inside is going to drive them all even more mad than what they already were. So after everybody gets ready for the storm and all hunker down, I'm assuming in their rooms, we have Mac over in the same room that we found him in before going down to get his stuff out of the storage room. And I've got to point it out because I can't keep up with where any of these rooms are in the base. I don't know where the rec room is in correlation to the kitchen, or how close it is to the lab, or how far away the storage room is. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense whenever they're just running down random halls that seem to continue going on, and this is all by design.
The main compound of U.S. Outpost 31. The interior is a cramped and never-ending maze of hallways, passageways, and doors which connect the many rooms and compartments within the compound. Sturdy but prefabricated materials have been used in its construction. There's a laboratory, an infirmary, a kitchen and mess hall, a communications room, and sleeping quarters. Other cubicles are used for storage and supplies. The most spacious area of the building, and the main center of activity, is the rec room. Through the many entranceways to this room can be seen the small work chambers with their sophisticated computers and other scientific equipment. The below quarter houses the generator and still other compartments for storage. A long underground tunnel connects the main compound to the dog kennel.
And so all I can really tell you is that this is the same room that he was in earlier, but this is not the same pair of clothes that he was looking at earlier. That's right, while Mac is making this recording of himself, he specifically says that it was Windows that brought this to him.
They could be anybody's.
Which could be why he was so much more on edge than what everybody else was just a moment ago. And this is actually whenever Mac mentions his theory about why the clothes are ripped.
I think it rips through your clothes when it takes you over.
And then continues right on after that and says, nobody trusts anybody now. And it's been a while since I've even seen a tape recorder, but it seems like he rewinds it and then records over the top of whenever he said,
nobody trusts anybody now.
I'm assuming to make it sound a little more official or something for whenever, hopefully, somebody will find this if everything goes wrong.
R.J. McCready, helicopter pilot, U.S. Outpost North 31.
But hey, that's not the important part that happens during this scene. The important part is actually this shot. Doesn't really stand out. Kind of blends in. Seems to match as the rest of the mood. But for Carpenter to talk about this in such detail on the commentary should explain to you how different this scene can make the movie. Because both Russell and Carpenter admit that this shot from the hall makes it feel as though somebody is currently watching Mac.
There's the
I
shot.
love those two shots. You just felt like somebody was watching somehow.
And this is on purpose because during this part is whenever Carpenter specifically brings up that this is when he wanted to introduce the idea that Mac could be the Thing. And he also admits that that was the direction he wanted to go.
For a long time, I was hoping maybe we could do something where you were.
Yes.
But then I thought, nah, maybe not. I'm not so sure they want to see that.
And that he really played around with the idea of seeing how it would play out with Mac becoming assimilated and becoming one of the things, as that being the big reveal for the end of the movie. But ultimately decided to opt for something a little more ambiguous with this scene.
So instead we made it ambiguous.
It's just enough for if you're not really paying attention, the movie continues on like there's not a big deal. But for those of us that do really love this movie and are watching closely, you see this scene and it doesn't take much to go, this would be the perfect time for Mac to get assimilated, if he wasn't already. But regardless of that, some undisclosed amount of time passes, and then we have Mac showing up to see how Fuchs is doing in all of his research by going through Blair's notes. And we get this cool split diopter shot whenever Fuchs begins to explain this theory.
A small particle of this thing is enough to take over an entire organism.
And he finishes off his thought by saying that it's probably best for everybody to prepare their own meals and just go ahead and start eating out of only cans. And I just love Mac's response because he's just like, okay. And this is the part that I've been referring to with Fuchs explaining this entire idea of the slow assimilation process, which I find most people seem to go along with the entire idea. And it definitely does make sense to me, because if the whole plan with what Blair found is for the thing to go out and take over the entire world within 27,000 hours, it's not going to be able to do that by just going to one person at a time, assimilating them, and then moving on to the next person. It's going to have to spread as much as possible and then take over the entire planet. Once again, a lot like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Now, the only real problem that I had with this entire thing is whenever Fuchs goes back to studying and the light dims down, apparently this means that there has been a few hours that have passed and now it is evening. Maybe you realize that and I'm just an idiot, who knows, but some time has passed and he's been sitting here for a little while. The generator dies down, he gets up, he goes to walk out of the room, and somebody runs by.
Who's that?
And just who was it that runs by? I don't know, but Carpenter does. And in the commentary... No!
Oh la la. Odo da pojedem.
Odo nešto pojedeš.
Da, da ručam.
Aj prijatno.
Schnapel, was? Was? Was?
Tu si, reci. Otiša dede. Yes,
Dođi, dođi. Na. Dođi.
To se mačka. Jel? Misliš? True Nemesis.
He almost tells us who it is that ran by, but then he stops himself.
He's about to meet...
and decides to redirect the conversation to point out that this is actually Joel's first movie. And of course he has to redirect at this point because Fuchs is also finding MacReady's clothes in the snow. And then even the film redirects with some more time passing and Mac asking,
"Anybody see Fuchs?"
And while the answer's no, they all actually get up and decide that we need to go and start looking for him to figure out what in the world's going on, because most likely it's not good. And this is when Palmer makes it very clear to everybody that he doesn't want to go with Windows.
I ain't going with him. I'll go with Child.
Which makes sense on a few different levels, considering that the last guy that he was alone with did get assimilated by a thing, and then they had to burn him, as well as him literally just freaking out and pulling a gun on everybody.
He could be one of those things!
But really, I think there's another reason that Palmer wants to avoid Windows at this point. Or instead of my secret reason that we'll talk about at the end, it could just be that him and Childs actually do hang out a little bit earlier in the movie anyway, and he just wants to be with a buddy of his. But Max straightens everybody out, and they all go to find Fuchs, except for Norris, who has to stay behind to watch the three suspected things. But the ones that we go with is Mac, Knowles, and Windows to go and check on Blair to see if he's seen Fuchs or heard anything. And of course, this is whenever we get some of the funniest lines in the movie, as Blair is just like, "I'm good.
I'd like to come back inside.
I should come back in now. I'm completely fine.
There's nothing wrong with me, and if there was, I'm all better now."
Ignore the noose that is there. Just let me come back in. I'm perfectly normal and sane.
I'm all right. I'm much better.
And won't hurt anybody.
You gotta let me come back inside.
And after hearing Hunter from Meat Canyon talk about this scene, I can't see it the same anymore.
He's like listening or like watching Big Mouth in the background. You like hear it in the TV. He's in the shed. He's like, "Let me back in. I'm normal. I'm fine."
And from what I found, the noose wasn't in the script or anything.
A little touch by Bill Lancaster.
Apparently Carpenter thought it was great too, and so they left it in. But all of this just leaves Mac looking at Blair like, "Yeah, I think you need to stay in here a little longer," and he shuts it on him. And this is when we find out that Fuchs has been killed sometime in the last few hours, and Knowles, Window, and Mac come walking up, and they're all like, "Is it him?" And
welcome to my channel. Hi, I was the guy you made a clip of. I didn't hear you because I was listening to some music.
Oh. Did I shot you with an arrow when I was playing Hunt? Was that you? Looks fair. Well, sorry for the stab in the butt. You probably wanted to shoot the bounty team. I wasn't really sure until I watched the map. Are you with them or are you against them? If I knew that you were gonna stalk them like 100%, I would probably, you know, just walk away. I just wanted to, I guess, fire an arrow of warning. Didn't expect the thing to be so effective, you might say. So, sorry. I don't know how you've seen that clip, but it's nerfed. It's nerfed to the ground. Like, you cannot kill anybody like that anymore. You know. So, good riddance. You are collateral, man. Sorry.
It was a good shot.
Yeah. I tried. Thanks. Hope you had a self-revive or anything. I usually don't have a self-revive. I would run a necromancer until I found that shit. Then I would just off myself with a bear trap, grab that shit and just play with that shit, you know. Whatever. So it's no big deal. Oh. Well, I'm glad you are not angry, I guess. Did you get the code for the game? if you didn't finish the event, or you're missing some of them for there is a redeem code that you can redeem in a menu if you can find where the redeem option is.
Gain era KS. Hunt give it, hunt take it away.
For events points.
Redeem code for event points.
Yeah. So copy that from my chat and redeem it into like a game menu, you know. I forgot how you go, like in a main menu, you go to like options or more, then find the redeem button, and you can actually activate it. I think every player can activate it.
I did get the code, was pretty handy.
Yeah, because a lot of quests are bugged. So yeah.
Setting more redeem code.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Good job. Correct. I don't know how can I, because these 3 quests, use shots on self and poison enemy hunters. When they popped up as like a new quest, I couldn't do them because they were already grayed out. If you ever play the DVD, like this like update with a witness and comboed with a shadow leap, it actually shows you where all the active zombies are, and if they are dead, they're shown like a little extinguished flame. I actually heard you popping that. That's how I heard you. I would have probably bumped into you if you were to not make any sound.
Alright, IGTG, have some good matches, man.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Take care.
So then they're trying to theorize why this happened and how this happened.
Maybe he tried to burn it!
Or maybe Fuchs burned himself to prevent the thing from actually taking over it. Either way, they're not too sure exactly what happened and figured it'd be best just to go back inside and talk about it. And they start to head that way whenever Mac just tells Windows, you go back inside, me and Knowles are gonna go out to my shack. Of course, Windows is like, why?
When I left yesterday, I turned the lights off.
There should just be a sound cue here. Let everybody know. And good grief, going wrong is an understatement because after about 45 minutes, neither of them had returned, and Childs has gotten worried enough that he's calling for everybody to start to barricade the rest of the base. And that includes Norris, who has been watching over the three captives up to this point. And if you watch closely, you can see that he has a slight face of pain whenever he's taking off the flamethrower. And the same pain will come back up in just a second whenever he's fixing to board up one of the windows. But we don't have any time to worry about that right now because somebody has made their way back to the base. It's just one somebody, and I just love the way that this whole part is shot because you're not sure who it is until they finally fall into the little entrance room here with everybody, and it turns out that it's actually Knowles, and he's got some bad news about me. Because, of course, he found the same clothing that Fuchs did earlier, and that had him convinced so much that creep has to be a thing, that this is his way to get Knowles out there to take him over, that he just cut him off and ran back. And while all of this is going on and everybody's sort of freaking out because they're like, McCready, there's no way. The door handles. Of course, they're just not going to let him in, so he has to find his own way in, and he is not happy. But what he is about half frozen and armed with dynamite at this point, threatening to blow and all he's got to do is move that flare over just a little bit, and they're all going to go sky high. And I thought it was so interesting on how much they talked about these flares and how awful they were to be around.
Those are real flares. I don't know about you, but I got my fingers burned more times than this. You're doing a very good job of not burning yourself with it.
Because Carpenter and Russell repeatedly kept talking about, with any scene that there was a flare, they kept talking about the smells that were coming off of these flares and how they would just about choke you to death.
Burn your hand, burn your lungs. You can breathe this stuff and it makes you want to give up and go home.
And then there was also the problem of sticking the flare right in the way of the camera, and then you couldn't see because then it would just blow out from the bright light on the camera.
Just dropped it down so it didn't flare the camera lens. What we all wanted you to do was get it close enough to your face, and yet not too close.
But they were dedicated to using these flares, and I think it turned out awesome. But Childs, Palmer, and Windows here are worried that it's fixing to turn out terrible. So as they're stepping back, Mac is getting closer to him, trying to drive them back so he can at least get in there and get warm somewhere. And then he realizes, where are the other two?
Where's the rest?
And this is when Norris and Knowles, of course, jump on him, and he's able to fight them off and back himself up into a corner, and they're just like, dude, chill out. We just don't want to die right now. Seems to be too late for Norris because that pain he was having earlier seems to be a heart attack. And at this point, it's clear to everybody that Mac has the upper hand, so they just let him take charge, and he demands him to carry Norris down there and get everybody into one room so he can keep an eye on everybody at once. They get Dr. Copper, untie him, so that way he can hopefully take care of Norris, but seems to be too late. So before stuff really gets going, I do want to point out that it's interesting that Mac keeps threatening to just blow everybody up, even though both Fuchs and Blair have already pointed out that even after the thing or things have been burned,
there is still cellular activity in these burned remains.
So to me, it sounds like even if he did blow them up and they all turned out to be a thing, then it would just slow down the progress of the thing taking over the planet, and it would still be alive. And so this is him playing more to the human side of everybody that's still there, for anybody that is still human, because once they get blown up, they're not coming back.
So some of you are still human.
And if we're looking at it from the other side and Mac is a thing, it's also a smart move for him to do this because one, he's showing that he's not scared to get blown up, and two, it clearly worked for him.
Tici, sedi. Ja, da. Ima već neko vreme. Igra Path of Exile, a? Genijalno. Ljudi nisu išli na bossa u Lambermilu iako su imali odmah izlaz. Ovi su krenuli na bounty u cirkusu. I ovi su se čekali na izlaz kod mob baterija. I pobili ih ko za čim. Genijalno. Više nikog ne zanima bounty. Svi prave za sebe. O, zapucano. Aj, dobro. Oj, oj. Dve ekipe su čekale tamo na izlazu. Ne verujem. Šta rade ljudi? The fuck? It's okay. Sit. Шнапель? Хочешь? Хватит?
ispa.
Mertalus. Welcome to my channel. DROPSSSSSSSS.
That's okay. It's door. Yeah.
To be able to gain control over the entire situation and every single person there. And I think the most confusing part of it all is whether he is a thing or he's not, his whole point right now is just to survive. And somehow, by him threatening to blow himself and everybody else up, this does lead to his survival. And this is all just one big chess game that has been going on, and this is just a big move. And in this game, it seems like one of these pieces is fixing to die. It's Norris sitting here. Copper's doing everything that he can. He's calling for Windows to help him out. While they're doing that, you have Mac over in the corner just trying to get warm. Childs is calling him out on everything that just happened, and Clark is sneakily grabbing a scalpel for whenever he gets a chance, he's going to try to take Mac out.
Quit that bickering over there.
So while they're squabbling over in the corner, Copper finally gets the defibrillator powers and tries to help Norris out one last time by giving him a hand.
Clear.
Or two. And this is more than enough to get everybody else's attention, so they stop with their argument and turn to see that Norris is now this thing, which of course we can just call the Norris thing. And Mac responds appropriately by setting it on fire. But the Norris thing is not going to go out that easy, because while one part of it is on fire, it decides, well, we'll just split into two, and then the head falls off the table and tries its hardest to get away. Interesting way to try to get away, but luckily the legs seem to work just a little bit better. And here's the question that I have for you. Do you think that McCready could see Norris's head thing whenever he was standing over at the doorway? Because from what I can tell, it's just like one table and the angle that he's pretty much at. He probably should have been able to see it. Maybe the fire was just really bright in his eyes and he couldn't notice it until Palmer actually pointed out and said something about it. And I'm just pointing it out because it does seem a little suspicious. But either way, even the head of Norris is not able to get away before Mac also sets it on fire. And just remember that Palmer was the one to point it out, because it'll be important here in a little bit that it was Palmer who pointed it out. But all the pointing that's being done right now is Mac pointing a gun directly at Childs.
Then I'll have to kill you, Childs.
Then kill me.
Because he has called everybody over into a different room where he could set up some sort of test with the blood, which is famously known as the blood test scene. And of course, him and Childs get into it again. And Clark thinks that this is a perfect time for him to step in and... well, I'm sure that didn't go according to his plan, but luckily, this whole scene did go according to plan, or else this would have been a very different... well, I'm sure that him and Childs get into it again. And Clark thinks that this is a perfect time for him to step in and... well, I'm sure that didn't go according to his plan, but luckily, this whole scene did go according to plan, or else this would have been a very different movie.
We're gonna do this in one quickie bang.
That was tough.
Yeah, I was really worried about it, but it worked out.
Because as I'm sure you know, there has been accidents with people using blanks in guns for whenever they're doing scenes. And if you get too close to the end of a barrel, because it is all still really pressurized, people can still become unalive from a gun, even though there is a blank in there.
His comeuppance. We had to be real careful with this. When he charges you, you had to shoot him point blank.
Yep.
And Carpenter and Russell talked quite a bit about how everybody was so nervous during the scene because they just didn't want Richard Masur to get too close and then actually get shot for real.
So we used a quarter load, as I remember, but still, we were all really worried.
It was a headshot, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So everything worked out just fine for Richard Masur, but for his character Clark, it's a punch. And it's after they get Clark tied up over on the table next to Copper that it starts in on Carpenter's favorite scene of the entire movie.
We're gonna find out who's the thing.
And I'm throwing it out right now before we even get into it. The whole light in the eye thing, dumb. I don't even want to hear it in the comments. It's dumb. Carpenter never said it. He thinks it's also dumb. So, with that out of the way...
Here we are in my favorite scene, Kurt. This is the reason I wanted to make this movie, was blood testing.
Mac has a theory that if they were to harm a small part of somebody's body, their blood, that the thing would have no choice but to choose survival over getting burned.
Seems kind of scary.
Individual animal.
And would then react in a violent way.
We try and survive, crawl away from the hot needles.
And so then we see blood taken from Knowles and Windows and literally nobody else, so I don't know who they started with, but I can tell you one thing for sure. This does not clean a scalpel in any way, shape, or form. But we can come back to that later, because right now, Windows is the first to be tested. So according to Mac's theory, that means that he's not infected, and he arms him, because he needs some help to be able to keep everybody else under control.
I'll show you what I already know.
So the next two who are up for the test is Copper and Clark, and both of them also test negative. Now, Copper makes perfect sense. I don't see any reason or any point that he would have gotten infected during the film, but Clark, on the other hand, I had such an issue with this whole thing that I was literally calling it the Clark problem.
And Clark was human.
Because Blair has been pointed out to be the smartest and most knowledgeable about the thing in the entire movie, and he's the one that continuously calls for them to watch Clark, which makes perfect sense. Because after all, he did spend all of that time alone with the dog thing, and by all means, he should have been the first person to be fully assimilated in the entire movie.
I said watch Clark.
But now he gets shot, nothing happens, and passes the blood test, which we'll come back to in a minute. But by all accounts, throughout the entire movie, Clark should have been one of the things. But since he's not, this means that Blair was wrong. So what I believe happened is that Blair underestimated the thing, which completely goes back to the chess analogy for this entire movie and how everything's been going up into this point, because the most obvious move for the thing to make is to infect the guy that takes care of the dogs and spent all of this time with the dog thing early on in the movie. But instead of just doing the blatantly obvious thing, the thing decides that it's going to find somebody else to infect, while everybody else will now be suspicious of the dog man.
What the hell you looking at me like that for?
Clark. He's not a dog man, but Clark. The dog, he's the dog guy. He's the dead guy now, but which to me is the absolute smartest move that the thing could have made, because everybody was suspicious of Clark, and nobody was suspicious of Norris, and nobody so far has been suspicious of Palmer either. And those are the two that, as we know, everybody should have been suspicious of. So now to return to the fact that Clark passed this blood test, because big surprise, I have a problem here. Because if you will remember, they brought the weird split face thing in, as well as the dog thing in, to have an autopsy after they found one in the snow and burned the other one. And hey, while Blair found out later on that they were both still alive, he was still able to cut them open and to literally take parts of them out without it reacting.
Seemed to be normal.
So somehow cutting the thing open and literally taking it apart is not going to cause it to react until later, whenever it sees the perfect time, versus just a little bit of a burn on one little bitty section of it is going to cause it to freak out. I don't know, man. It just seems a bit far-fetched for me, but we also have to keep in mind that this theory is coming from the helicopter pilot, who just so happens to be the coolest Santa.
Let's get this party started.
And I'm not the only one to question Mac's theory, because Childs, of course, has also got to chime in, even going as far as to say...
Hello. Which makes you a murderer, don't it?
Then even Gary decides to chime in.
That is pure nonsense. Doesn't prove a thing.
To which Mac tells him, I'm going to test you last. The problem is, up to this point, everybody has tested human until they get to Palmer. A little bit of a jump scare, but were you actually paying attention? Look at the hand.
That's phony baloney.
Yes, Carpenter pointed it out, so now I'm pointing it out to you because I'll never be able to watch this movie again without just seeing the fake hand holding a petri dish down in a corner.
That's a phony hand with our gag already set up, and I wanted to establish it in a cut early so that you wouldn't think about it.
Right.
But he did such a good job because he knew he couldn't put in from a real hand to a fake hand, so the entire time that you see Mac from this angle holding a petri dish, it's always going to be the fake hand, so you get used to it. So all of this works out great. There should be a whole theory about fake hands and who makes it to the end of the movie, I guess. And so as Palmer begins to transform before everybody, Mac is trying his hardest to get his flamethrower working, but it's just not doing it. He's trying to get it sparked up, and it's just not wanting to go. And Windows is just standing there in awe whenever. And luckily, before it's too late for anybody else, Mac finally gets his flamethrower going and just completely roast Palmer, or I guess the Palmer thing, who then takes off, runs outside into the snow, and Mac is not just gonna let it go at that. He grabs a piece of dynamite and then throws it. I guess I should have said Kurt Russell grabs a piece of dynamite and then throws it at a fire, because this is not fake.
That woke me up in a hurry.
That's right, you heard me. This is a real stick of dynamite that Kurt Russell threw at the fire, who then had a piece of shrapnel come flying by him.
Whammo, man, it went right by me. I mean, I felt stuff go through me. I was just lucky.
And this next shot that you see of him is from a few days later, and I would have liked to seen his reaction the moment that all of this actually happened. But I guess it's already intense enough for what's going on, because whenever McCready goes back inside, Windows is now also turning into a thing. And Mac's not going to let that happen, so he also sets him on fire. Poor Windows, man, he's had a rough go for this movie. Because now we've gone from a crew of 12 all the way down to 5, and 4 of them are currently standing in here. And they've still got to test Knowles and Gary, to which both of them pass. But that still leaves Blair, who they need to go and find. And so the plan that they come up with is for Childs to stay behind at the base while they go to find Blair and to see how he's doing in the tool shed. And I guess to give him the blood test as well. But Mac makes it very clear to Childs that
he tries to make it back here and we're not with him.
Problem is, whenever they make it to the tool shed, Blair's not in there anymore. And it seems like he actually escaped through the floorboards. But not only that, he's also been down there building his very own ship.
Something he's been making.
Ship of some kind?
And I will point out that I don't think Blair dug just all of these tunnels on his own. I'm pretty positive that the majority of them were already there, because it's literally what the script says.
The below quarter houses the generator and still other compartments for storage.
Now, he may have had to dig just a little portion to get over to the tunnels.
A long underground tunnel connects the main compound to the dog tunnel.
And the other thing I want to point out is just how smart the thing is. Again, it's been able to use Blair. Yes, obviously Blair is one of the things. If you've seen the movie, you know this. But it's able to use him to go around and get parts from tractors and the helicopter to build a literal ship that I don't think it would be able to fly off of the planet with these parts, but it would be able to leave the Antarctic and make it over to civilization.
Where was he trying to go? Any place but here.
Which is what nobody wants to happen. But while they're still setting everything up, Knowles actually spots Childs leaving the base to run off into the snow.
I think I saw Childs outside the main entrance of the camp.
Or at least he believes that it's Childs anyway, taking off into the snow. So of course he points this out to Mac and Gary, and in this moment is whenever the power to the entire base dies. And this is whenever it sinks in for Mac that Blair is a thing, and what exactly his plan is.
He's got no way out of here. Just wants to go to sleep in the cold until the rescue team finds him.
Because, I mean, yeah, it's not going to be long for them to freeze to death. And so to avoid that, they decide to start burning everything down, starting off with blowing up the spaceship. Or I guess just ship, because of what I said a second ago. But either way, that's the closest the ship's ever going to get to flying. And they don't just stop there. They go through and make Molotov cocktails. They grab some extra dynamite. They start blowing up and setting on fire absolutely everything in the base. And so this is what leads them down into the basement where all of the extra storage and the generator is. Because if they can blow up everything underneath, that'll cause the rest
Welcome
of it to
to my
collapse.
channel.
Hopefully
Au Elijah kako ti I mozak ne zaboli odi ovog glitanjana SVE stran.
Zato što gledam YouTube.
It's so good because we have
Htio sam da igram
Gary
Helldivera,
walking
ali...
the generator is supposed to be, and he tells McCready.
Htio sam da igram Helldivera, ali za Helldivera mi treba malo veća koncentracija. Za mi ne treba koncentracija. Mogu da pijem kafu I gledam YouTube.
To make the ship, but unless they're running off of solar panel, and I just haven't seen the solar panel somewhere, the Blair thing turned off the power that was coming from the generator, and then just took the generator somewhere.
Sam toga oni sami napadaju.
I don't really care. I just think that the idea of Blair just sort of, you know, turning into the big form and taking the generator away is awesome. What's also awesome is Gary walking down here and trying to set up some of the charges whenever Blair just walks over and just sort of sticks his...
Okay. Heretic. Nešto mi poznato zvuči, ne znam šta je. Čemu se radi, podsjeti me.
Ne znam gdje sam gledao, vidimo se na 7.0.
Ima da bum. Ne znam, nisam gledao. Nekih pogledao, neke ne zavisi kako mi koji zapadne za oko.
It is too expensive.
Aj, sir.
In his face. And what's even more awesome on top of that is this brief little bitty shot that we get of Blair just sort of dragging Gary by the, like, assimilated face away. Where does he drag him to? Who knows? Same thing happens to Knowles, and who knows what happens there? McCready definitely doesn't know, but what he does know is he's now alone. Or maybe not, but he is now without a detonator, and as a last-ditch effort, the only thing that he can do is throw some more dynamite. Oh, wait, did you see Blair's face on the one half of the... I just gotta point it out, think it's cool. And with that, everything explodes. The entire base, the thing, maybe McCready, just everything goes up in flames, and it leads us into our ending, where we find McCready stumbling around the base trying to find some shelter, and he finds this little half-burnt room and is able to sit down, where we can see in the time that has passed he's been able to find himself another overcoat, it could be a blanket, and another bottle of J&B. And as he sits down getting ready to take a drink and slowly drift off into the freezing cold, we can see somebody walking up behind him. And of course it's Childs, to which Mac just asked, "Where were you, Childs?" And then Childs begins to explain that he thought he saw Blair off in the snow and took off after him. And it's very clear that both of them are extremely suspicious of one another and not sure if they are a thing or not. But even with that, McCready just tells Childs,
If we've got any surprises for each other, I don't think we're in much shape to do anything about it.
So at least with a mutual understanding between the two, Childs just asked Mac, well, what should we do now?
Wait here for a little while. See what happens.
And with the last line of the movie, Mac also offers a last drink to Childs before they both freeze to death. And all we're left with is the iconic theme, slight laugh, burning face, credits. So after everything that happened, they're both clearly human, right? I mean, they both did pass the blood test after all, and we didn't see either of them actually get taken by the thing. And I mean, we did see Mac fight the Blair thing and win, and Childs never says that he fought or even found the Blair thing, so it's just down to paranoia between the two on whether or not they're both still human. Which does make sense for a horror movie to no longer have the threat be a monster, but just have it be paranoia and trust in general, causing both of them to feel the exact same way that Blair did earlier.
Trust.
So by the end, we just find two men so completely broken by all of the events that have happened over the last couple days that they're now just willing to sit down and let the cold take them.
Why don't we just wait here for a little while?
But the problem with this entire line of thinking is this is what the thing would also want.
Whether we make it or not, we can't let the thing freeze again.
Right? Literally, Mac said this not too long ago, that this is going to be the thing's plan.
He's got no way out of here. Just wants to go to sleep in the cold until the rescue team finds it.
Because the thing has already been through all of this once, but last time it used a dog to be able to get away to travel over to another outpost, which then kicked off everything and people were suspicious of what the Norwegians had going on, and it just led to all of this chaos. But that's whenever the thing learned that somebody would most likely transport it for them over to a more civilized location. It's just going to take some time is all that it is. And well, for as old as it is, time is not really that much of a matter to it. So while the thing has learned from its mistakes, it's now going to wait for somebody else to make the same mistakes that the Norwegians did and Outpost 31 already has. So if that's not convincing, what I want you to do is put yourself in either one of their shoes, because we're assuming that both of them are human. So given everything that has happened over the last couple days, you know what the thing is, you know that its intentions are to make it to a more populated area, and you know that in this moment, the only thing that it needs to do to survive is just let everything freeze.
6 hours, it'll be 100 below in here.
Plus, you also know that everything around you is burnt, and there's nowhere for you to go, so this is the end anyway.
Fire's got the temperature up all over the camp. Won't last long, though.
And so if there is a chance that you choosing to do nothing means that the thing wins, then the only correct option here is to do something. Because, I mean, picking between humanity as a whole and you and this other person that are both fixing to die anyway, humanity should win out.
And of course, I always thought that at the end,
just nema ništa ti. Češ da ti šaljem raspored ili...
Pa, ponedjeljak ujutro, ne, utorak ujutro.
Ne radiš utorak ujutro.
Nego?
Nego u ponedjeljak počinješ u 3. Zato što si kod Snježe prebačen.
A?
Kod Snježe si na liniji 2 sa Bajom, na razmeravanje si.
A to nije drugi dan ili prvi?
Drugi. Tako da ti je...
I opet sam slobodan 2.
Ponedjeljak radiš 3. i onda si slobodan utorak i srijedu.
Pa dobro. Hvala.
Da ti kažem, mislim...
A nemaš potrebe, znači radim u ponedjeljak 3.
Da, jer kažem ti kod Snježe si sad. Jer neko je na bolovanju, otišli štali koji pali tamo koji...
Ano, paletno.
S Bajem si na dvojici, na razmeravanju.
Isto koji dosta. Važi, hvala ti.
Je majka spala?
Ja mislim da da, ali proveri. Bon. To je bilo neočekivano.
They can move or torch each other. If to. It's really going to save the world.
Because you already don't know if there's another part somewhere else out there around the base that is currently also hunkering down ready to freeze. So the only logical thing for them to do in this moment is to sacrifice themselves by taking each other out, or just having Childs maybe burn Mac and then going and jumping in a fire with the actual thing on his back to where he'll also explode. I mean, yeah, it's awful, but at the same time, neither of them have to worry about being the thing or the thing surviving. Then it saves the human race.
We're not getting out of here alive, but neither's that thing.
I mean, Mac, Gary, and Knowles were already choosing death whenever they went to go blow up everything and burn it all down anyway, so why would you not continue down that road and just full-on go for the fire?
Maybe we'll just warm things up a little around here.
Now, why that's the logical argument, I think the true argument for this film is that we missed a lot of time with all of the characters. Because if I'm remembering right, the only two characters that we see actually get assimilated is Bennings and Windows. All the rest of them happen off screen and are still very important. All of the off-screen moments are just as important as the on-screen moments. And it's not just me saying this, it's also Carpenter himself. Because in the commentary, whenever they make it up to the ending, they talk about how they went through different renditions and had all of these different ideas for what should have happened and what shouldn't have happened.
So they had me preview a scene where you cut right there.
And wasn't there some talk about bringing a helicopter comes in?
But what I found really interesting is whenever Kurt Russell says this.
The only thing we did know at this point was that MacReady was not, right?
And of course, Carpenter can't just give a simple yes or no. Instead, he says this.
He could have been.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Here we go again.
Now, what I also think is interesting is clearly Kurt Russell believes that he was human, but so does Keith David. And this is because whenever they were shooting the movie, they all kept asking the same question that Childs did earlier.
If I was an imitation, a perfect imitation, how would you know if it was really me?
Which led to every single one of them just playing it as though they were human, because this is a perfect imitation of themselves anyway.
We had big discussions about whether you would know you were the thing.
Just didn't know. We said, do you know if you're the thing? Does it know if it knows that you know you're the thing?
Of course, while the thing would know that it's a thing, we would never know, and everybody around them would never know that they're a thing. Just like with Palmer, and just like with Norris. So that means that we're not going to have any, like, acting cues that tip us off to go, oh, that person's a thing. It's not going to happen. But what we do have is all this evidence of how the thing works and how intelligent this thing is. Along with its whole purpose being to spread and survive up until this point, for whenever they get to the end and have the big fight scene between the Blair thing and MacReady, for it to just attack all of a sudden, instead of pulling back to where it will be able to survive a little longer, it's like at this point we've crossed from horror movie over to an action flick. And look, I get it, if they're both human, the entire movie is shifted from being about a monster to being about paranoia and a loss of trust that comes with trauma. But for what Carpenter has been leading up to and how he's been setting up the thing all the way to this point, this seems to be the biggest shift whenever it comes to explaining the ending. Which is why I think there is a better explanation for what happened at the end, and it seems like the majority of people agree with me. Because by far the most popular theory is that Childs is the thing. And to start this off, we need to go back to whenever we last saw Childs before the ending actually happened. And that's whenever he was standing inside, watching for the crew members to return as they were off to check for Blair. But of course, instead of staying in the base, he takes off running outside because he thought he saw Blair. Or at least that's how he has to play it off whenever he's explaining all of this to Mac.
Thought I saw Blair. I went out after him. Got lost in the storm.
Because Mac and us know that Childs didn't catch up and burn Blair, because of course that's what Mac did. So the problem is, if Childs did catch up with Blair, according to the time frame, the way that Blair was acting later, it would make a lot more sense that he assimilated Childs before going down to take out Gary, Knowles, and Mac. But I'll be honest, the explanation that he gives to Mac makes a lot of sense to me, because up to this point, Childs has been made out to be this hot-tempered, quick-to-act, quick-to-move kind of character.
There should be somebody a little more even-tempered, Childs.
And even though that he's come around a little bit whenever it comes to his relationship with the rest of the crew after everything that they've been through, Mac already told him earlier.
If he tries to make it back here and we're not with him, run it.
So for him to leave to go after Blair and not care what the rest of the crew thinks makes perfect sense to me for how he's been set up. And I will say it also makes perfect logical sense that when Childs is waiting by the door, he is currently human. And as a human, whenever he saw Blair run across, he takes off running after it, and that's when everything changes. Because if he gets up and close with Blair, that's it. He's no longer human. And I think that's where the difference really comes in for the Blair thing versus the rest of the things, because this time down in the tunnels, he's actually on the attack, trying his hardest to take out everybody that's down there. Probably because he knows that he already has established a backup in case things do go really wrong, just like they did. And the only way that I would say Childs is human at the end is because he didn't find Blair. The only problem with that is that Blair was actively seeking out everybody to assimilate and murder them. It's the whole reason he took out the generator, to draw them all into one place, and if one of them is currently chasing after him, it's easy pickings. And all of that is completely without considering the slow assimilation process. But before we go any farther down this rabbit hole, I do want to cover the 4 main things that I always hear people talk about whenever they're explaining why Childs is the thing. And number 1 has got to be the eye gleam theory. And I don't know what to tell you. It wasn't John Carpenter that came up with this. It was the cinematographer Dean Cundey. And no matter where you look, this is not applied to the final scene of the movie anyway. This was specifically only mentioned about for the blood scene, which still doesn't work because clearly you can see Palmer's eye gleam here. Well, what's up with that? And the next thing that I always hear brought up is that the thing doesn't have a need to breathe, and that's why we can't see Childs' breath at the end. And from everything that I've seen and researched about this, it got debunked anyway whenever the new actual 4K Blu-ray editions came out because, well, you could see Childs' breath at that point. It's just the fact that he's sitting in shadows and it's kind of hard to see it, but it's still there. And of course, there's the whole fact that we did see Bennings earlier get assimilated and then he runs off into the snow. And, I mean, what is this? Is this not breath? How do you explain it if it's not the thing breathing? Because it also doesn't make any sense, because if the whole idea is that the thing literally replicates every piece of you, it's also going to replicate your lungs, and they're going to work the same way that they already do. And whether it actually needs to breathe or not doesn't really matter, because we do see Bennings' breath and we see Childs' breath. So we can throw both of those out and move on to the rip clothes theory and the jackets in the hallway.
I think it rips through your clothes when it takes you over.
And basically it's that Childs is now wearing a different coat than what we saw him wearing whenever he was standing in the hallway, which could signify that he's been fully assimilated and all the little like tentacles and stuff came out and ripped all his clothes. That means he had to get a new jacket so that way he didn't look suspicious anymore. But just like the last one with the enhanced version, as well as a little bit of color correction to account for all of the dark hues and the flames that are coming across, it's the same style jacket as well as being the same color. And as for the jackets in the hallway, because they always get brought up simply because they changed from this scene to this scene, and as efficient as John Carpenter was when making this film, the amount of times during the commentary that he referenced that it was days later when they did the very next scene for this, or that they had to go back and do reshoots, or that this was even at a different location, it happened consistently throughout the film. So I mean, it really wouldn't be that much of a stretch to say that this is just a continuity error because they had to shoot it on a different day.
Of course, that reaction was taken.
Yeah, this is days later.
Because obviously Carpenter is amazing, but there's also a bunch of other people that have to work here, and not everybody's going to remember, hey, this exact jacket will look just like this whenever it was hanging the other day. But of course, that would be something that we would all pick up on. But I think an even easier explanation for this is the fact that Gary Knowles and Mac are now wearing different jackets whenever they leave. They probably just grabbed their jackets and had to move some stuff around. I don't know if you've ever been around a bunch of people when you're trying to find like your own jacket or anything, and everybody's got theirs hanging up, and you pick it up and you're like, well, this isn't mine. You throw it off to the side, you end up hanging it on a different coat. So yeah, either way, I still don't think this is a good explanation for whether a child...
Da, vidio se ošišat.
Fino, fino. Fino. Bilo sestra da mi kaže da radim kada je rekao, u ponedeljak 3. Ali onda po tom rasporedu ako radim ponedeljak 3. onda sam slobodan opet utorak i sredu.
Jel?
Ja, lako je tako raditi, no?
Fino te potrefilo. Ili bi trebao ponedeljak i utorak, drugu pa onda...
Ne. Nego fali im radnik pa sam onda prebacili iz jedne grupe u drugu. A oni završavaju rade u ponedjeljak večer do utorka ujutro. I onda su oni slobodni utorak i sredu. Znaš, i u četvrtak onda rade. Tako da ono... Sve samo nije loše. Može i gore, ali ovo je dobro. Sve dobijam platu, tako da se ne bunim. Eldrick, Psych, Rot. Psych, Eldrick. Eto ti.
Don't be a stranger. Come back soon.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Sad bi igrao Helldivere, ali neću da počinjem i da moram da prekidam. Ne volim to da radim. Što se tiče ovoga Diablo, a neću da počinjem, jedna misija ti od 20 do 40 minuta.
Neko je ispao.
1-2, ne znam, Milan. Bori se sa gradonački.
Nema ti kumare, evo te.
Kumare... Zbogom džaci.
Možda neće ni doći.
A ne znam. Sve je u redu. Simano. Ne volim kad moram nekoga da čekam ko zapeta puška samo za to da ne bi, znaš, se ništa desilo.
Da.
To ti je zbekov nekad slučaj, znaš. Nešto se dogovoriš i onda ništa. Kako se tebi ponaša kompjuter?
Odlično.
Bih ga da sam znao, rekao bi ti samo memoriju da uzmaš drugu. Uštedi bi sebi dosta para.
O dobro, nema već. Probat ću memoriju ovu. Ploču memoriju da
Kumara,
utopim.
welcome to my channel. I must leave pasos.
Ne idem nigde, neću da idem u Mađarsku. Ako ćeš da ideš, idi, brate. Neću da idem u Mađarsku. Nemoj mi tražiti pasoš. Neću da idem u nikakvu banju. Piči bez mene. Pada mi na pamet. Piči, se kupam u sred zime, si luti. Ako ćeš da ideš, idi bez mene. Hvala ti.
Kumara.
Ma kumara. Ejde da ne beži. Fiks ideje.
Vjerojatno mislio na Morahalom.
Ma znam da je mislio da ide. Ma kaki. Nemoj mi traži pasoš. Ne idem nići. Hvala ti. Kakva mađarska crna. Zebaj, brate.
Zimi se ne kupas.
Ne kupam se. Uopšte se zimi ne kupam. Volim da smrdim. Sjećam se na sebe i to je to. Ako voliš da sjediš pored mene da me mirišeš ispod pazuha, onda ću se okupat, ali inače... Inače volim da smrdim.
Ne sad siho.
Ne idem u banju, hvala ti. Unapred odbijam. Da sam htio da idem u banju, šta bi sam, ne treba niko da me vodi neđe. Bio sam ono sa firmom, znaš. Ali to ti je plaćeni odmor, znaš. Bilo je ili da radim, ili da odem na plaćeni godišnji sa kolegama.
Pa dobro, bolje na
lakše mi je, da, na plaćeni godišnji nego da radim, znaš. U svakom slučaju, ili? Bilo ono kao da se ide, ne znam, neke, kako oni to zovu, ono, kao srpske igre, ono. Ja rekao, hvala vam, momci, samo vi pičete, rekao, ja ne mogu. A, kao treba da se izujemo u ono, ja rekao, jebi ga, nismo...
Što se radi, gle? Šta kaže? Gdje kaže Peđa?
Toliko o tom. Lol.
Pa nema šta se ljutiš na mene, jebi ga.
O kako će, ako će nek dođe šta?
Sat vremena voznjeđe. Sljedeći vikend
Boli me briga, samo piči bez mene. Nema me zvat ništa da se idem do Marahoma. Pitaj, ne znam, Belad. Nije ti kum, ali voli džabe da ide, tako da pitaj njih. Ako je džabe...
Jati plakam SVI samo ti treba pasos CVC.
CVC, nema pasoš. Rešeno, nema pasoš.
Voli džabe da ide.
On voli džabe da ide, da se ne plaća, da se džabe jede i pije. To ti to.
Šta ti kaže Bek Peđa?
Be gone, vermin!
AUU ne zna koliko je dobro kupit se u vodu si a na pol je minus.
Ma odlično, bre.
Sona stepeni.
Da, super, super. Bi otišao u Švedsku da izlomim komad leda i umočio se neko jezero.
Litijumska voda na stepeni.
Nemoj mi reklamirat kupanje napolje na ladnom, hvala.
Olimpijski nasi.
Ako hoćeš da dođeš u ladno, ti dođi kod mene u dnevnu sobu, sedi 1 sat vremena, što kaže Veka. Kaže Veka, kod mene u sobi je ledare, sjedi kod mene, ma sve super. Sjedi kod mene u sobu i malo se brčkaju ladno.
SVEJ termalna voda.
Ma,
JBT.
Odlično. CVC i JBT. Odbijam da idem. Letnje aktivnosti, zimi zimske, piče bez mene. Ako ću ga ići zimi na bazenu, banju i tako to, furaj. Hvala na ponudi. Mogu da predložim mog prijatelja Beladu, on će sve sam da plati, naravno. Pošto on ipak ima novca. Možda vas i časti. Što smiješ, Kesić? Kesić će napadne pod sto smijeh.
Well done.
Ajde, kokice, samo na...
Beka esped cigan. Gel.
Beka cigan. To je laž. On je vas da široke ruke. Kako je kenjao prije neki dan da treba Kesić da uzme ovo, da ono. Ja mu kažem, pa ajde kad si tako siguran u sebe, daj čovjeku novce nek uzme. A znaš, ja nemam lufta da mu dam pare. Onda ću ti. Ovako je bi dobar namuda. Ne bi ga zebala da nije bilo 100 puta da sam nešto pazario. I on je kao, a što si uzeo XY, treba si mene da pitaš, ja bi ti dao X novca ili ovoga onoga, ja bi kao da to uzmeš. Vaš, a nikad prebijene banke. Ne.
Pas tu je sad.
Ne, pa zašto da gleda. Ne, ništa meni nije trebalo jednom našem poznaniku, možda.
Jesse ti plaka novi sad. Sta. Ne kontam.
A džabe, ne mogu ja da kucam s tobom poruke, brate, ti si sam sebe počera sa... Čekaj, da vidimo ovako. Ćeš da ti pošaljem Simovu Discord sobu. Ili ti ne želiš da koristiš Discord uopšte. Ne mogu ja, ovo slagano objašnjavanje traje. Ima Simo svoj Discord server. Kad igramo par igara zajedno, ja i Simo pričamo na njega. Mogu ti to poslati eventualno.
Most Simova soba.
To. Čekaj. Invite. Copy.
Hidden use copy button.
Da.
Super. Jer se vidi tu link iđe. Vidi se kurčina. Invite. Copy.
CVC. HTTPS Discord GGKKWBUXR.
Evo ga sad. Jedan, dva. Da mome ništa obeđivati za Mađarsku i tako to. Šta je sad? Dobro se uključiš mikrofon.
Sad me čuješ.
Definitivno te čujem, da.
Neću ubeđivati jer si lud, generalno...
Ma ne interesuje. Slušaj. Slušaj.
Nije to...
Ma slušaj.
Aha, pardon.
Kesić je htio da uzme matičnu ploču. I bila je mikrostarova ploča B550 chipset.
Dobro.
Dobar chipset.
Znam koji je B550, moje 550, ja mislim.
Jeste, imam i ja. Istu ploču je kupio Simo za 10.500.
Da,
bila je ploča za 16 i 17.500.
To je 650, da.
Ne, isto B550. Samo znaš, ugrađen Bluetooth, 2 PCI Expressa, 4 N2. Znaš, i tako te gluposti. U suštini ovo ti je osnovna verzija toga B550. I Beka kao, ova ti je bolja, uzmi ovu. Jer čekaj Beka, što ne daš čovjeku pare? A znaš, ako si toliko siguran da mu je ta bolja. A znaš, ja nemam lufta. Znaš, one njegove priče kao, što ne dodaš toliko i toliko, ja kao nemam para, pa dao bi ti ja da si mi tražio. Evo viš, sad sam ga pitao na licu mjesta, daj čovjek para, ajde uzme to. Pa nemam ja para da mu dam. Dobro, vaši. A pre nego što smo otišli u Novi Sad, fleksuje da ima para da uzme patike, majicu, znaš, nešto za sebe, ali nema para za drugom pozajmi novac. To nema para, znaš. Rekao, aj sad ću ti ne digo. I momak uzme ploču i međutim ta ploča je ispravna, ali zapucava mu računar. Verovatno ne može da mu isporuči dovoljno struje za grafiku.
Čekaj. Sobu, šta si sad došao? Ništa nije rekao. Znam, ali... Ajde, u sobu je čekaj, ajde. Ne interesuje, mi imaš da crtaš, da je šta ću. Čekaj, on je kupio, a Dunja pokušava pričam s kumom, ne mogu da se s sobom isto borim. A šta je na kraj bilo, on je, Kešo je kupio tu ploču Bekinu, jeli?
Ne. Ništa to nije bilo Bekinu, bili smo u prodavnici čovječe, razumiješ?
Ne čuješ me Bekin, predlog Bekin, nemoj da si bukvalno.
Ne, nemam para za to. Beka mi je predlagao ploču od 17.000. Da, ja sam predložio realnu ploču.
I? Ne valja?
Nije da ne valja, nego mu se računar zamrzava. Verovatno ne može da isporuči dovoljno struje, da nije napajanje adekvatno ili ne znam, oni tvrde, njih dvojice su kao gledali na internetu, tvrde da nema dovoljno tih naponskih faza, pošto je on uzeo onaj 5700 X3D. Onaj što ima 96.
A koliko faza ima ta Kešova?
Kao nema dovoljno, nemam pojma, moraš Kesića da pitaš.
Ako je 6 faza, to ne može da čera, to je ona mala ploča, jel?
Ne znam koliko ima faza, slušaj, brate, to ti je ploča sa 2 N2 slota, 4 slota za RAM, jedino što nema je drugi PCI Express slot. To je to ono što nema, razumeš? Izgleda isto... Da...
To je mala ploča, jel? Je to mala, ATX?
Ne znam. Sad ću ti naći kutiju da ti pokažem. Moment samo.
Evo gledam kod tebe, ako možeš na stream kod tebe.
Ne mogu da ti pokazujem kutije, čitač ti. To ti je ista ploča kao što je Simo ima. B550M.
Dobro. Pa pokaži mi na kameru samo, vidim kameru, ajde, to je M, to je...
Šta ćeš vidjeti?
Ajde samo pokaži, vidim, to nije mala, to je srednja.
Srednja, ali nije, ali...
To je mala.
Mala? Evo vidiš koliko ta mala ploča ima slotova, pogledaj. Mali.
Ja koliko ima slotova, ali vidim po torzu tvojima. Vidim. Malo je to.
Evo ga i on, mala je velika. Kakve veze ima li mala ili velika? Kažem ti, ista ploča je kod Sima u kompjuteri radi. Sad ali Simo nema isto napajanje kao Kesi, Simo ima Ryzen 5, 5 i 6, nema 5 i 700 X3D. Ne znam koliko troši, Kesić ima drugačiju grafičku. Kesić ima grafičku od 8 GB Nvidia-inu. Simo ima Simo ima RX 6700 sa 12 GB RAM.
Grafička kun.
To je grafička.
A koju si imao grafičku ima, to sam te pitao.
RX 6700...
Aha.
6700.
Ali ona ne troši puno struje, ova Cache više troši struje, pa to se trebali vidjeti, brate.
Cache ima Nvidia, ja nemam pojma koliko Nvidia troši, to nije...
Koliko Nvidia može trošiti? Max, znači max troši. 50-90 troši 600 vati, samo da znaš. Možeš misliti koliko troši ta Cache-ova 3070.
Kesićeva kartica ima 8 GB RAM, ova Simo ima 12. Obe su DDR5 ili DDR6, zaboravim se.
Ali API i MSI nije baš to isto.
Ne, nisam ga savjetovao uopšte da kupi Nvidia, sam je uzeo Nvidia, nije moj problem.
MSI je Nvidia, ali?
Ne znam, moraš da pitaš Kesića. Mogu da ti ga...
Ja mislim ne mora. Možda dodatno...
Tačno. Copy. Let's see. Evo ga.
Gdje je Cache, on dolazi ili šta?
Pa, pozvao sam ga, sad ćemo doći. Evo ga.
Alo, Jesse Kumara.
Jesse će da te ispita kumu sitne.
Jesse, šta ima?
Zanimaju ga svi detalji.
Ma, zanima me kako ste uspjeli da sjebete kupovinu ploče, to mi.
Niko nije sjebao, nego jednostavno
nešto se... Samo kažem stvar za tebe, kume, da ti ne sjebeš stvar, ja bih imao 16 GB sad, ne 32.
Kesić ima 32 GB.
Ne, kažem da ti ne sjebeš stvar, ja bih imao 16, ne 32.
Što sam ja sjebao stvar?
Pa zato što nisi gleda koja ti ploča podržava RAM. Sjećaš se? Si zaboravio?
To nije moj problem što nije kompaktivno. Po ovome što je Kesić gledao, ovaj RAM što je sad kod njega u kompjuteru, također nije podržan od strane proizvođača, ali radi. Uopšte ga nema na onome chartu sa RAM-om, znaš?
Na support listu?
Ne, ali to je Corsair. Corsair je podržan za 90% ploča.
A ima ga kao Corsair, isti model, samo se slova ne poklapaju. Zadnja 2-3 slova.
Da, to je to. Ali šta se dešava, koje ti imaš napajanje, Kešulici, keš.
Onaj Polaris Chiftek 750 Gold.
Ali nije dosta.
A?
Pa šta, nije dosta. Kako sad radi? Vidiš da mu radi kompjuter sad. Kako sad radi kompjuter?
Uzeo je staru ploču. B450.
Na njoj radi. Izgleda više faza ovih ima pa...
Da, nije, pa to. Pa da.
Ali ono što sam ti...
To sam moraš da paziš na to.
5 i 7 fix 3D sam uzeo.
A pazi, isprozivao sam bio Beku zato što sam ja rekao Kesiću, ako uzmeš drugu ploču, daću ti, rekao, kinte za drugi RAM. I uzeli smo... Slušaj, nisam teo sad da mu uzem 2x8 GB RAM. I onda vidim da je, slušaj sad, Corsair 2x16 GB, 8200 dinara. Da. 2x16 GB.
Ne imam nešto pitao, stani sekund, moraš ponoviti, samo uzmi, stani malo.
Da. Evo ga.
Iva me pitala nešto, zaustavi se, ne mori.
A on ne pričao ništa. Kao da sam predistražnog sudija.
Iva me pitala nešto, čuješ što ti kažem, ne ti
Ama, zaman.
Thank you.
Ništa je piči.
Ćao.
Ćao. Aj sad ponovi kome šta se rekao.
Rekao sam Kesiću ako uzme drugu ploču, daću mu gratis RAM. Pošto RAM nije bio skup. Slušaj, nije bio RAM skup. Bio je tu neđe 3-4 ljada. 2x8 gigabeta, bilo je da biraš Hinstona kako hoćeš. Kesić ima neki ADAT, jel tako? A to ti je ono... To ti je ono, znaš... To ti je ono starter memorija, da, pokojno. I slušaj, razlika između 16 i 32 gigabajta RAM ti je. Znaš koliko para?
500 dinara.
Ne. 3,5-4 dinara.
A dobro, što pokojni gadi, šta je sad, šta je bilo?
A ne priča, s njim dosta ljudi ne priča. Mislim... Ja svako malo ga, bukvalno ga mutiram, ne razgovaram s njim. Nekad mi je krivo, pa pričam s njim dan, dva, pa se napije, pa onda pravi show, zajebava sve,
Tamo žuta. Aha, za to.
Zalijepio je, šta zalijepio je kurac u sendvič i tako to. Pa je Slavko popizdio na njega.
Njegov kurac?
Ma nije njegov, nego znaš, neke slike, niđe veze nema.
A možda i njegov kurac.
Ma ko zna, ne interesuje me.
A čekaj, znači ti si stio da uklizaš kešu za RAM i Beka je za to popizdio?
Jesam, ne, ja sam ga isproziva zato što je...
A Beka je popizdio kao što nisam uzeo tu skuplju ploču.
A nisi imao kinte.
A ko je plaća to putešestvije za Novi Sad?
Platio sam ja gorivo, a Beka je častio klop. Ali nije ćeo da čovjek ukliza za ploču tu. On mu je savjetao, uzmi ovu ploču. Ja sam rekao, Beka nema čovjek para, daj mu pare ako hoćeš da uzme drugu ploču. A čekaj, ovim rečima, nemam lufta za to.
Pa on ne radi, kume.
A šta to znači? A zašto je naručio nove patike posle toga? I to da svi znaju. Nema para za drugog, razumijem, čitam među redova. Nemam para za tebe, ali imam za sebe, znam. Da, nemam para za tebe, razumijem. To me point.
Druže, nemam para za tebe, druže.
Nemam para, znam.
Prijatelju.
O tome se radi. Nije on popizdio na... Nema šta popizdi na Kesića. On mu je dava savjet koji nije mogao da... To što radi kumara.
Tu sam.
Znaš kako je sad kod njega raspored borbeni Kesić? Kućište od kompjutera mu je na kredencu u dnevnu sobu, znaš?
Čekaj, riješit ti to za sekundu.
I uze bežičnu tastaturu i miš. I bukvalno je lego, znaš, onaj trosed. I to ti je to. To ti njegov raspored borben.
Evo ti kešuci, keš.
To još nisi vidio. Da, eto, iz te pozicije pristupa svemu, znaš.
Keš, čekaj, evo ti kešo.
Zamisli da ležiš na krevet, da koristiš bežičnu tastaturu i miš i sve ti znaš. Samo se obrneš i odspavaš. Kak je to legendno.
To radim, da. To i radim, znaš.
Znam da radiš. Vidio sam te malo te sam bio kod tebe. Bilo mi te žao da te prekidam, samo sam otišao...
Šta prekidaš kad si ti spava bio?
Ti si spava.
Šta da me prekidaš, ti si kunja, ja se obrćem po tebe, ti spava.
Pitate Kesić.
Šta pričaš?
Pitate Kesić.
Spava si ti prvo, ja spava, rekao, nema veze, idem ja.
Ja sam se fokusirao bio na film.
Spava si, šta pričaš? Ja ti vidio 2-3 puta spavaš.
Tripuješ. Ja sam vidio ti spavaš i otišao sam.
A što se smiješ onda?
A zato što mi se može. Svi se neki dobar vic. Ali ti ga nećeš pričat.
Nemoj mi ga.
Slušaj, kaže, deda mi je oborio 10 aviona u Drugom svjetskom ratu. I onda kaže, kaže kako bio dobar pilot. Ma jo, kaže, bio je najgori mehaničar u Nemačkoj vojsci. A drugi je za Auschwitz. Kaže, nemojte tako u holokaustu, ovo ono, kaže, meni je deda umro u Auschwitzu. Ovako, baš mi je žao, ovo ono, nisam znao. Kaže, kako je umro? Pao je su smotačice.
Da.
To su ti vice koji bi se vratno tebi svidjeli.
Kako ne? Aj, češ pao je sa smotačice.
Eto viš. Ovo je dobro.
Da ima kumara, radiš?
No, radim svaki dan. Radim moj kešulice, keš, radim. I ovo. Novi Sad, u Vrdnik, svuđe, brate.
Da.
Zaposlio se kum Mladen sad sa mnom vamo.
Jel?
Da radi kao vozač. Jel Ko je ovo kume majke ti donira za tebe, $76?
Nije to za mene, ja ne skupljam pare. Za sebe. To je za dečju bolnicu.
Koju, za djeta bolnica?
To ti je St. Jude, bolnica za istraživanja uzimeci za rak. Da. St. Jude Hospital. Nije niko donirao za mene, ne primam donacije za sebe, nisam ja...
Strane te bolnice, a uglavnom američke.
Šta hoćeš za kog? Ma to mi je bilo najlakše da namestim, da sam mogao da namestim za ove u Srbiji, uzeo bi za sigurnu kuću, ali u Srbiji je sve prevara, tako da ovo je bar daleko, pa mislim da možda i nije prevara. A ovo je u Srbiji... Da, ovo je u Srbiji, tako da sam siguran da je prevara. 99% sam siguran da je prevara u Srbiji.
Pa šta misliš da u Ameriku nije prevara, ne?
Kao što rekao, nemam načina da to proverim ovako direktno, tako da me nije stavilo.
A i znaš šta je dobra stvar, slušaj me, skupljaš pare za bolnicu koja nije besplatna.
To je to. Da ljudi primaju platu za to, da.
Ne, nego ta djeca ne mogu da se liječe ako nemaju para kume tamo, znaš?
Da.
Aha, šta da?
Šta da, pa nemaš pojma. Ne možeš otići. Pa ne može,
znači možeš slušati, ako ima, ne daj Bože to dijete, rak ili nešto, može samo da umre ako nema para.
Ne možeš otići na VMA kume, znaš?
Slušaj kume, to... Ne mogu.
A nema, Nenad više nije administrator.
Ne.
Znaš ko je administrator? Nikad neš pogledati. Kecman.
Ne želim ulazim u istu sobu gdje su neke osobe.
Koje osobe?
Pa neke, nije bitno koje.
A neće da im imenuješ? Beka, ili?
Pa ne, nema potrebe. Ne razumiješ?
Pa ja ne pričam s određenim osobama tamo uopšte, to znaš?
Ja ne pričam isto, ali ne želim da čujem, ne želim da čujem te naglaske. Naglasci su mi postali problem, ja.
A Nenad Pantić. Dobro, Kesiću, hvala na posjet. Hvala na posjet. Unakrsno ispitivanje je završeno.
Aj, Kešo. Nisam ja rekao kako će.
Da, Nenad Pantić, kapiram.
Pa nije, brate, ima tu svega.
Svega?
Znaš.
Nisam siguran s kim si još komunicirao. Vlado je težak, za pare. Ja ga svaki put startim sa pa gde ste drugari? Znaš, zato što on tako nekad popije, onda je dobro raspoložen, pa sam onda ja dobro raspoložen za zabanciju.
A pa pije, jel? Majke?
Pa pije pivo kad mu žena nije kući. Tačno, znaš, kad mu žena nije kući, onda roka.
Znači roka kad mu žena nije kući.
A tu bude za njom pa ono...
A je, sigurno, ne smije pred njom. Boji se. A što ćeš im?
A uzima tablete za smirenje, tako da nisam siguran, nisam siguran kako to radi. Kad piješ pivo, uzimaš tablete za smirenje.
Ne. Pa, kako može? To te najbolje uradi, kume.
Da, sigurno.
Moje dobri kumare.
Pali kumara ili...
Čeka tamo, ček.
Gdje si, Tomica? Eto meni. Imaš koji... Akcijat? Pa imam koji ti god treba. Peticu treba, peticu. Nema.
Uđe i odmah mane, odgovori.
Evo ga pored s ovom, oni su sve tamo u sobu.
Ne znam koga prisluškuješ, nije mi jasno. Drakulu prisluškuješ. A u čemu je razlika između toga da uđeš tamo i mutiraš osobu s kojom ne želiš da pričaš i ono da slušaš o čemu pričaju?
Cijelo vrijeme tebe gledam, neću, izašao sam vama, samo sam napisao že još Smoljinac izaš. Evo, živac kume. Star sam čovjek i ne mogu, i to je to. Ne mogu, brate, da slušam. Znači, pa ne bi menjao kume broj da mogu da slušam stvari.
Da.
Ne bi izašao iz Discorda da mogu da slušam stvari. Ne bih prekinuo na 90% prijatelja kontakt.
Ljudi koji si mislio da su ti prijatelji, ali tako?
Ne, naprotiv, oni smatraju da smo mi prijatelji, ja kažem jesmo, sve to okej, ali ja nemam vremena. Nasmijat ću se, javit ću se na ulicu i otiću svojim putem i čim se momentalno ću zaboraviti.
Dobre, pa si shvatio to, da su ti neki ljudi interesni prijatelji.
Pa nema veze nekoga. A to je život, moraš, gledaj, ne možeš ništa nije za džabe. Znači, nijedno iskustvo, nijedan prijatelj nije za džabe.
Dobro, kad ti to tako vidiš, to je lepo. Ako si gledao Drakulicu, meni se čini da me Drakulica malo pisoškuje, ali nema veze.
Nisam izašao sam, bio sam stvarno do njega malo poslao gdje živio Smoljinac i ono otišao.
Pozdrav Drakula, pozdrav.
Drakurius. Nema ga, nije on ne pisao, vidjelo bi se tu welcome to chat, znaš.
Pa ne ako si na inkognito modu, znaš.
Tebi.
Da te naučim. Otvoriš inkognito tab i loguješ s inkognito. Onda ne znam koji si user.
Ne može da ti piše ako nemaš
Ne mora ti piše, može da te špionira.
Sad ćemo možda vidimo.
Otvori koji pretraživač imaš, otvori inkognito mod na Twitchu, kucaj moj username. I ne znam da li možda pišeš, ali mislim da može da spectatuješ ako se ne vara.
Koliko stvarno potrošim? Sad ćemo možda vidimo. Koji pretraživač imaš?
Moraš da se prijaviš.
Da bi uopšte gledao?
Da. Ne, da možda gledaš, ali ne možeš da pošalješ
Pa nisam ni očekivao da možeš, ali point je da te ne registrujem uopšte u chatu, kapiraš?
To da.
Inkognito špionaža.
Pa će Drakova se šteka od tebe, čekaj se, ispružuje malo moj dobri kumane. Vidi ovo. Evo, ovo je posao moj kume. Ovo je posao,
Sad si u horizontali, a? Simo je bio neđe u...
Samo molim te, Dunja, pošto si mi ga vratila.
Neđe kod Subotice bio je na zatvoreni bazen.
Imaš u Suboticu na Palić.
Tamo je bio. Znaš kim je bio? Sa Acom Kusović.
Sa Cošom.
Sa Đuro, pokojni sinu.
Da, nekako je, da, što radi dobri Aco, bret.
Ne znam, nisam ga vidio. Ne, zadnje što znam da je radio ono kao brodski oficir, da li radi sad negdje u Srbiji ili dalje radi kao brodski oficir, to ne znam. Dogod je familija, dobro ne pitam.
Šoban Krezaj, šta si ti osvajao? A kako me svrbi,
Šta si našao? Chat u Simovoj sobi, šta?
Ja, pa evo gledam što si ti slao.
Šta sam slao?
Sad stavim reading i ja.
Opet
Elder Ring.
Nisam sigurno što si vidio.
Ovo je dosadan ta Elder Ring, bret.
Pa kad ga igram sam, da, zato ga ne igram sam. Vrlo jednostavno. Igrao sam ekspanziju, nisam ni prešao. Pa ne znam, ja bi ti rekao da je Journey to West, onaj kako se zove, ono sa dinosaurusima retardirano. Ali neću ti kažem, pošto se tebi očigledno sviđa. Ja bi te pisao, ona ženska što lovi mehanički dinosaurus. Dobro, kad ne znaš ono što si me smorio, Boga oca.
Ja ništa, brate.
Jes, ja ti kažem da ne mogu da nišanim ležeći na džojstiku, da nišanim pola sata, diže nišan. Šta da bi sebi ruku otkinuo nego to radio. Da igra traži od mene pinpoint accuracy na analogni kontroler. Ne, hvala. Takva vrsta vežbe mi ne treba u životu.
Šta ćeš u moj dobri?
Komara, ostavljam te da odmaraš.
Gdje ti?
Pa ne znam gdje ćeš ti, te bilo je kao da ćemo ići u Vrbas, ali vidim da nećemo, tako da... Nema vezi.
Neće biti Milena tamo u Aquapark, Milena. Neće kundi.
Neću, ja se bojim se vode i volim da smrdim.
Kaže, neće da kup zimi.
Da, neće se kupam zimi. Zovite me leti. Plaši me voda i lako se parladim.
A ti stvarno misliš da je to ladna voda, šta?
Ne, sve u redu, ne, hvala. Ne treba, evo kuda sam bio. Nemoj, čujem je u redu.
Pitate Milena, radiš na čas?
Na čas. Pošto je na čas je reč koju njen zemljak koristi. Na čas ne radim tek u ponedeljak veče. I onda sam slobodan utorak i sredu. Zanimljivo.
Ne znam. Ovo je vikend, ja?
Ne, čitav ja sam bio slobodan, imao sam godišnji odmor. Razumeš?
Aj sad pođemo u neđelju.
Ne želim da idem u banju, da li Luci ti, ne želim da idem nigde. Hvala ti. A jebote, hvala ti, ne treba. Prijatno. Kako je dosad. Džaba mi sad pišeš, znači rekao sam ti banovac ti preko Twitcha, ne moraš da mi pišeš više, naporan si, ne interesujem.
Mojim karakterom da dođem kod tebe na mapu. Ti može li da mi bude, meni hiper brzo diže level, zato što sam ja mnogo mal level, razumiješ?
A probaj.
Ne može da uđe na mapu ako nisi završio priču.
To nije ban, to je timeout.
Da, mislim da ne. Pa zato što je to endgame, ne znam da bu ti dao.
Ne može, zato sam ja i teo da lepo pomognemo, ne mogu ima, vi neće.
Ti samo ličeš XP.
Gdje ćeš to, pa znaš koliko ti treba da progresuješ, tako.
Koliko ti treba ti sat i po da završiš.
Ma de, ne sprdaj se, evo.
Ajde, bre, kesiš
Nenade, ako je rekao...
Ljudima se plaće to da on ne.
Pa ali ti prvo ne rade pa ću ja tebi uzvrat za uzvrat, to ćeš?
Ko je rekao da mi neće pomoći jedan drugom?
Ajde, ja ću prvo, ti mene bustaj pa ću ja tebe, ajde, hoćeš? Ajde.
Ali jebat ću ti posle ako ne budeš.
Ma hoću, ajde.
Ja bi te zajebao svaki put.
Ali treba vremena kurec, Nenad.
Zašto te vremena?
Ma za progres je.
Pa ti dođeš sa 90. nivom na mapu koja je 10.
To jebat.
Ja sam ti u drugom aktu sa ovim karakterom. Treba li nam koliko vremena?
It's actually the thing in the end. Now, an explanation that I used to think was actually really good until going into all of this research to make this incredibly long video was what happened whenever Mac gave Childs the bottle at the end. And I've actually...
Mnogo se kući cigani, moramo da me edukujemo broj.
Evo ga počeo. Dobre.
Mnogo su pustili muda u poslednjih te 40 godina. Da.
At the end. And I've actually heard two different ways that people explain this to confirm that Childs is the thing. First off is the one that you're probably thinking of, is that it wasn't actually alcohol in the bottle, instead that it was kerosene, because this is one of the leftover Molotovs. And for whatever reason, the idea is that the thing just wouldn't know the difference. Look at me. What? Have you not been paying attention? Perfect replication of yourself.
If I was an imitation, a perfect imitation?
It not only has all of your memories, your mannerisms, and all of your organs, including the smallest bit of your anatomy, stuff like taste buds, it would 100% know. What I think would be even funnier to think about with this line of thinking is that it would take a drink and immediately go, this isn't Mac's famous J&B. That guy must be a thing, because Mac absolutely loves J&B, and this is not what that's supposed to taste like, because clearly Mac was fixing to take a drink of the bottle right before Childs come walking in, and there's no way, there's absolutely no way that you can tell me that this guy, who has been drinking for the entire movie, and that's all that he's wanted to do, now has some peace and quiet and can sit down and is just what? Not gonna drink his drink that he's always drinking?
I just want to get up to my shack and get drunk.
And this is not to mention the fact that Molotov cocktails are extremely flammable, and there's like a whole rag, and there was just a ginormous explosion and fire literally everywhere that should have taken the rest of them out. Plus, they were in a hurry anyway. It's not like they had a whole bunch of them laying around or a room that just spawned one in every couple seconds. No. I think a better explanation for why Childs would be the thing in the end because of the bottle specifically is because he knew not to share food or drinks like what Fuchs said.
Everyone should prepare their own meals. Messages we only out of cans.
Right? And that's just the thing. I honestly don't think Mac mentioned this to anybody else in the movie. And we'll get into why I think that about Mac here in a minute, but for everything that's happened up to this point, even if Childs did know, I don't think he would care. He's fixing to freeze to death. This is the end. The last person that he knows and the last person he's ever going to see is sitting right next to him and is like, hey man, here you go. So he's just like, whatever. Now, even with all of those being mentioned, the idea of Childs being the thing in the end doesn't end here. Because we still have to consider the other side, and that's whether or not Childs was slowly assimilated and when it could have happened. And so buckle in, because we have to go all the way back to whenever the dog thing entered into the room with the silhouette on the wall. Now, obviously, we don't have an exact match, because, of course, this is Dick Warlock, who is standing in for either Norris or Palmer, and from everything that I found, multiple times over and over again, I kept finding stuff that would say, legend has it that Carpenter had David Cleenan sit in as Palmer for this scene, but the silhouette silhouette was way too recognizable, and so he switched him out for Dick Warlock to make it more ambiguous on who it was, to not give the reveal away too soon. I just thought it was a fun little fact that I had found, and it doesn't make any difference to me because, one, I already had all of this written up beforehand, and two, I already knew who it was. And I have to say that I disagree with what most people think with it being Norris. And I feel like most people that go with Norris, it's just because the silhouette seems to match a little more, because there's a collar that could be his turtleneck. But at the same time, Palmer also wears like his vest jacket thing for the majority of the movie, and I mean, it's also got either way, it's literally not either of them, it's Dick Warlock, and I doubt he changed into what they were wearing. He was probably just wearing his normal stuff as a stuntman on set and went over and sat down. No, and there's a few reasons why I think this is Palmer and not Norris, and the biggest reason is because of Norris's heart attack, because it just doesn't make any sense for him to have a heart attack whenever he's been the thing for this long. And I know what you're thinking, but you already said that this is supposed to be a perfect imitation of what you were before, so that would include any flaws, right? He doesn't need a heart. We literally see his chest open up and his head detach. The head doesn't have another heart. The thing doesn't need a heart. And obviously it's not like the heart attack helped the thing in any way at all. It actually messed up its entire plan. There's clearly going to be an issue with me attempting to explain why the thing would have a heart attack whenever it actually doesn't need a heart and can survive in two separate pieces. One of those being a giant mouth with teeth. I doubt there was a heart in there at that point anyway. And then the head, of course, there's not a heart up there, and so it just doesn't... It doesn't make any sense for this to happen, unless Norris was assimilated the slow way. Now, just hear me out for a second. If Norris was assimilated the slow way, then his body's being taken over cell by cell, and of course, if he had a weak heart, and then next thing you know, it's being attacked and slowly taken over, then the heart would probably act up and start giving chest pains, to the point that it actually gave up and just full-on had a heart attack as sort of a one last chance of let us attempt to fight whatever in the world is going on right now. Which means that Norris's body would have been almost fully taken over by the point of the heart attack, and then after the heart attack, there would have been nothing fighting back against the thing with the replication cells or anything, and it would have been able to go on to do this. Clear! Without a heart. I gotta say, to me, this explanation makes so much more sense whenever you're trying to wrap your head around, well, why would the thing be dumb enough to give itself up because it knew that it was in pain? You can't say the thing doesn't know.
Komara te špionira, znaš?
Da, zato što je od ono brata kompa.
Dracula. Dracula. Komara te špionira. Neće da dođe da priča s vama, ali će rado da čuje o čemu pričate, što po meni nema pojnta.
On je takav tip,
Ne, nema pojnta, razumeš, rastrga. Ako ti se ne sviđa neko na kanalu, mutiraš čoveka, ne pričaš s njim.
Naljutio se...
Na tebe.
Nenade,
ali ne priču na mene, nisam ja ništa tu radio.
Pa ti si ga odruko, uzeo si mu moć. Imao je moć i osladila mu se moć, ti si mu uzeo moć.
Meni piše si ti uvas.
Sigma boy, Sigma boy.
To ti već govori 15
Tomice,
minuta.
koliko sam mu puta rekao, Tomice?
Ali ja ne mogu da nađem to.
Don't ruin all that work.
U akt 2, Vastiri Austri.
Titan, Maldum Query, Mazdom,
gore levo, skroz gore levo negdje. Skroz levo gore.
A nisu nam isti.
Sigma boy. Što ima Snake?
No ništa.
Ali to ti je prvi...
Igra malo Diablo.
Da kažeš ide akt 1 pa akt 2.
Malo špiniran kuma.
U aktu 5, nego u aktu 2.
Upali jaj pjesić.
Dešaj.
Ivan Hunt.
Da. I završili ste brzo.
10 minuta 15 sam.
I kako se završio?
I to, slušaj, za 10 minuta odigrana 2 meča.
Naravno. I?
Ništa, izašli smo.
I to je to. To je pauza.
Evo, kanta više ništa već.
To je to.
Nešo, ajde.
Ja ne mogu da nađem te.
Što ne Battlefield ili tako nešto?
Čekaj da pokušam nešto da se vratim.
Counter Strike.
Ali ne mogu se ja vratiti da...
Nema, i to je sve, moram
Ajde.
Čekaj samo sekundu.
Imaš ono skills desno što ti pored moći. Create portrait of the town.
Pored moći, ja ću tebi...
Pa to deo kreirao item cannot be used in town. To mi piše.
Well, what pain is because it's literally been burned multiple times up to this point, as well as being frozen to death, and who knows what else it's been through. Because remember, the thing is experienced in all of this as well.
Šta za Watch Dogs?
Aj jebote, moguće ne može da dođeš do mene, jebem ti igru i kapiram.
Nema veze s igrom.
Mafija 2 ili Hida Mafija 2, Watch Dogs 5 i Witcher.
Item cannot be used in town, to mi piše.
In town.
Uzmi Stimu i da vidim to.
U nylon kesi.
Evo,
pa dobro.
Botelac.
Lepo je to.
Thanks, boss. You are welcome.
Šta je bilo?
Did you play Fortnite? No. You didn't play nothing.
Ajde nešto, jel me vidiš?
But I'm going to pee.
Dobro. Sti, auski. Napuši se kulica!
Tako je.
Znači vape nam nisu, ispred upan. Ne zbog čega ne mogu da ti nađem, zato što nismo zajedno krenuli da igramo taj deo.
Kako sad da izađem, se vratim, ne mogu ubiti ovog bossa jeben.
Ja sam ti zato kad nešto nisam mogao preći, onda sam ti koristio
Što je to?
minjene.
Znam se kako će uđi, se čekaj.
Dobro, i?
A?
I?
Uzmem si spirite, neko odijelo sa spiritima i uzmem si 3-4 minjena koje bacaju bombe i pređem takve stvari.
Evo, dolazim.
Pa što nisi uzeo, na primjer, Savostal i bacao bombe na njih?
Ne, nisam se nikak s tim samo.
To ti je jeftino, samo ta skill game sa bombama.
Ne velim da nije, nego nisam se našao s tim.
Pa to ti je kad nećeš da direktno biješ nešto, baciš sam bombu.
Nije, nego sam se teleportao uz pomoć onoga.
Nekak mi je taj...
Well as being very smart. And that's why I think that it chose Palmer instead of anybody else to start out with the full assimilation with the dog thing. Because remember, the dog thing spent that entire first day that it was there walking around and checking everybody out. And it would have been able to identify who were the hard workers between Copper and Mac leaving to go to the Norwegian camp, as well as the other ones that were actually talking and trying to figure out what in the world's going on. But then you've got Palmer, who's the laid-back stoner of the group that also has slight 60s acid damage. Who's the laid-back stoner of the group that also has, so I might put in there where Crow actually says, slight 60s acid damage. I mean, throughout most of the film, even whenever Palmer is speaking, everybody's just sort of like, what are you talking about?
Happens all the time, man.
Probably what y'all have been doing with me this entire time.
Government knows all about it, right, Mac?
Either that, or he's coasting off of what everybody else says, just being the kind of yes man in the background, or he's also actively trying to stir stuff up, like whenever he said,
I ain't going with it. I'll go with Child.
Palmer's not given much credit or attention for the majority of the film, and I think that's exactly what the Thing would want. To be able to sit back and observe the entire crew so that way it can then make its next best move. Because, once again, the Thing is that smart to be able to do this in the first place. So the reason that I actually bring all of this up is because of this scene with Palmer and Childs. This here would have been the perfect moment for the Thing to start a slow assimilation process to see how it goes and works with this crew. Which would mean whenever Childs abandoned his post and ran off after Blair, this is just him trying to get away so that way he can ensure his own survival. Which is exactly what the Thing's plan would be, is to get away and just survive. And it's not just me saying that, but it's also Russell and Carpenter. Because at the very end of the commentary, they bring up this idea that basically from the Thing landing on our planet, it's just doing exactly what we would do if we landed on another planet and went through just trying our hardest to survive.
And yeah, we're beginning to understand too that that thing just wants to survive. And it's an organism, it's just like us. We could go to another planet and eat plants, and from the plant's point of view,
that's
this horrendous looking monster.
And even in the end, the absolute best plan for the Child's Thing to be able to survive another day is to not provoke Mac. Because all they have to do is sit there and freeze, and the Thing wins. And it's just a bonus if Mac wants to share a drink, because this means that it could also infect him while it's at it to guarantee its survival even more so. Then it's just a matter of waiting for the next people to take them to hopefully a more populated area, so that way this thing could actually take over the planet. And again, this whole slow assimilation idea is not just based off of my thoughts, but it's based off of what Fuchs found through his own and Blair's studies of the Thing.
You come up with anything yet? A small particle of this thing is enough to take over an entire organism.
And if McCready is the Thing, this is why he would have to kill Fuchs, because this information would be so important to the Thing's plans that it would not be able to let this information reach any of the crew, because then they would realize that the situation is not just about them at that point, but the entire planet. Now, the whole reason that I bring this up is because in 1982 there were about 4.6 billion people on Earth, and if the slow assimilation isn't real, then the Thing would have to assimilate 170,370 people an hour to be able to hit the 27,000 hour mark that Blair's computer spit out earlier. And this is not to mention the fact that the amount of people that would be calling in to literally everybody to say, hey, my friend just got attacked and is now being wrapped up in these weird tentacle things by some sort of alien monster. Can you please come do something about it? Oh no, it's me, now I'm getting attacked. There would end up being a full-on war against the Thing in no time. Unless it went through and spread a different way to where it wouldn't be really noticed and it would be able to infect a bunch of people all at once. And then next thing you know, it's taken over the entire planet and now we're all also the Thing. I don't even know why I'm arguing this point right now. This is just what's in the movie. We should all agree on this entire point and what happened. It just makes sense. It's the most logical thing. It's what they were trying to give us with the limited information that is in the film. So with all of that, we are currently moving on to why Mac would be the Thing and exactly how he could have been assimilated early on in the film. And I'll explain this the same way that I did with Childs, because there are multiple points throughout the movie that Mac could have been assimilated both the full way and the slow way.
When do you think you got to him?
streamer, baš taj streamer koji ima
So we're just going to take them one at a time, walk all the way through them, then go on to the next one, because I don't know how else that it would make sense. So prepare yourself, because we do spend the most amount of time with him, and there's just going to be a lot of explaining. So to start, we have to go back to the trip that Mac took with 2 confirmed things, Norris and Palmer, out to go and see where the Norwegians were actually digging up. All of this stuff. This is when we get to see the alien spaceship. Now, as I've already stated, I do believe Palmer is a thing whenever they take this trip, but I don't believe that Norris has been fully assimilated yet. And if for whatever reason you do think that both of them could have been fully assimilated at this point, I don't think anything actually happened here, because for the big game of chess that's currently going on, this would have been a perfect move to have Norris and Palmer basically cleared in the eyes of Mac, which obviously worked because neither of them were suspected of being a thing up until the reveal. Yeah, I know Palmer was tied up for the whole blood test thing, just like everybody else, but everybody else had something to say, and Palmer was just, once more, in the background, doing his own thing, and the next thing you know, hey, it's me! And the only reason I even mention it is because I've heard other people bring it up, and so with that out of the way, we can go to the weird room that Mac likes to sit in every now and then in the base. Because as I stated earlier, this is the moment that Carpenter himself said that he wanted to go full in on the idea of Mac being assimilated by the thing. But just because we don't see it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. Because out of all the moments that Mac could have been assimilated, this one just makes the most sense for everything that happens right after this scene. The whole thing with Fuchs, the whole thing with Knowles, everybody being suspicious of him, all the way up until the end, it would make sense that if they just added a shadow on the wall, the entire understanding of the end would completely shift to everybody saying, well, clearly, Mac is the thing. But the problem is the blood test scene, right? I mean, he passed, didn't he? And it's all because his blood test scene is filmed so perfectly that we have just enough information. Because what we see McCready do is just heat up a hot copper wire and then put it in a petri dish with his blood in it. Because, I mean, I don't see a cut anywhere on his thumb like they did with Knowles and Windows. And, I mean, would it really be so hard for Mr. Man over here holding everybody at flamethrower point to switch all of these around? Because, I mean, there are a lot of petri dishes up there, and I'm also assuming that he was the one to write everybody's name on there. And it wouldn't take much for him to go through doing this with the flamethrower to move them around, and next thing you know, his name is on somebody else's blood. Now hold on before you post that comment that you're currently typing out about how wrong I am about this whole blood scene thing, because I do have a better explanation for what happened. Because it goes back to the same thing that keeps coming up over and over, that this is supposed to be a perfect imitation of you, all your organs, including all of your blood.
I'm trying to survive, crawl away from a hot needle.
So with that in mind, Mac's theory does sound a little goofy, but here's what he actually says.
One of you things.
So what if the Mac thing is right about the other things? Because up to this point, the things have only gotten better at replicating humans. Starting with the split face thing that clearly had some issues whenever replicating the human, as well as whenever it latched onto Bennings, it still had issues in doing a good job of replicating a human. Going all the way up to Norris, who was almost perfect, but clearly his body was still fighting back. Which clearly led to it being revealed, and if that hadn't happened, we probably never would have known that Norris was a thing. But there were flaws in the assimilation process that caused it to fail. And I actually think this is the whole reason why the Palmer thing pointed out Norris's head whenever it was trying to get away. Basically saying, I'm a better version of you, and only the better version needs to survive and move on. Which then leads us up to the blood test scene where the Mac thing does the exact same thing and calls out all the other things that might still be around, saying, you're good imitation, but you're not perfect like me. Which means that he could use his own blood and not actually have it react because it still obeys him being a perfect imitation. And continuing on from here, it would make a lot of sense as to why the Blair thing didn't actually attack Mac down in the tunnels. Instead, all it did was take away the detonator and then scream at him. To which, as we all know, he responds and then tosses a stick of dynamite. And I do like the thought that Mac just understood what the Blair thing was saying in like a different alien language and was actually responding to his angry questions of why they're fighting since they're on the same team. And with them being on the same team, that would make more sense as to how in the world McCready was able to survive this giant explosion. Because as we all know, even if the things are burnt, they're...
Neko vrišta?
Ja?
Jes.
Pa pokušavam da dođem preko njih, bre, do...
Nema sve u redu. Izvolite.
A sve u redu. Pa gdje si? Šta ovo ima?
A, pa nešto. Koliko si našao Divine Orbu?
Ne pričam ja to.
Ja rekao da... Pa ja sam našao 2.
On je skupljao Divine Orbu.
Hoćeš Exalta da ti dam za te Divine Orbu?
Ne treba, hvala.
Samo znaš da je cena 130.
130 dinara?
190.
Evo, 190 cena.
Skoro je 200
cena.
A Tomislav ih je prodao? Jeftino, tako to? Da.
Tomislav ih je kupio jeftino i prodao skupo.
A prodao si ih već?
Ne, nisam ih prodao. Prvi put sam ja prodao, kupio ponovo, zaradio sam skoro 280 egzalta i onda sam još jedan put prodao dok su bili 170.
Ma ne manipulišu marketom naš, drag.
I sad sam ih opet prodao kad su na 197.
Jebote, da. Možeš ti da ako misliš da ne možeš da izvučeš pare, zajebo si, ljudi to prodaju.
Pa znaš koliko ljudi mešetare sa tim marketom?
Ne, prodaješ valutu u igri.
Imaš bezu gdje prodaješ te ojbove iz igre. Razmenjuješ s ostalim igračima.
Možeš za pare da prodaš.
Ne, preko igre.
Preko igre, a šta, čekaj, ti to daš, a on tebi šta daš?
Možeš za pare.
Pa da, ti to što tražiš.
A pare inge...
Možeš da izvučeš i pare, brako.
Možeš i poslije da prodaš te Divine Orbe za pravi flash.
Da.
Znači, prodaš ovaj account.
Ne, moraš da... Za što bi prodao... Stani, ne, što bi prodao account? Što bi prodao account?
Ne, možeš da daš, ali neko mora da ti uplati na račun šta pare.
Da, pa recimo tako. I što Dracula razume, to je to.
To je onaj deo kritike koji radiš na crno.
Pa to igra zvanično ne podržava, ali taj što kupuje tebe te neće prijaviti.
Zato sam ja pitao da li je to oficijalno da je ono ti sigurno...
U suštini, treba nam napraviti, može to, u prirovi se otpara. U prirovi se stave 10% da povlačiš pare da njihovo...
Misliš samo da uzmu procenat?
Ja, u prili bi se otpara, znači ne bi znali koliko para imaju.
Away, you fiends!
Save though? Znači save though. Back to the game.
Ali može džapet malte nelegalno. Čovjek ima sajt gdje ima sve ispisano koliko...
Ja mislim da zapravo developeri znaju za to, ne smiju javno o tome da pričaju jer će vjerojatno da se povlače po sudovima i da ih napušavaju.
Dobar, to ti nije Kesiću lega, to je bano...
Counter, kako se znači pokvario se counter.
Šta je bano?
Pa banable.
Banable je, mogu te banovat zbog toga.
Pa counteru ne možeš...
Nije to legalno, je.
A dobro, ali...
Možeš preko sajta, ali...
Jedino ako se opiraš banovat si.
Možeš ti prodaš preko Steama.
Pa ne, preko Steama, ali na Steamu ti ostane pare, ja mislim da... Možeš preko sajta, ali ti sajt...
Dracula je prodao skin za CS. Ti zaboravili. I uplatio sebi vozački.
Od koga?
To znam.
Dobar je. A Koliko si dobio za jebeni skin?
506 eura, koliko je bilo?
Ali mene, ma dobro, čekaj, to je bio skin za nož ili pušku?
Da, nož.
Ali te Dragolor, a sad je to 5000 eura sve. Ja sam ga čuo, ali ja ne bi onda vozio do ono, staro, tako da...
Tad su ti trebale pare, to ti to.
5-6 eura sad košta taj skin.
Sad, da ga je čuo da ga nije prodao.
Zamisli jeboma.
Si možda misli da neko da 6000 eura za skin?
Sad kad bi ga prodao, ne bi mogao toliko... Prvo, ne može se prodaje više u RL, može samo preko sajtova. Prvo, sajt uzme 40%,
Proviziju.
pa te taksa razvali još 20%, ti brate dobiješ...
Kurac.
Upola manje čas.
Dobiješ kurac.
Tako da...
Ja volim to cijelo biti.
Meni su tad te pare trebale...
Pogotovo ovdje trebaš, ja mislim, da nađeš neku boju.
Volite kurac.
Ma kakav skin, bukvalno.
Explore Maudung Query.
Dracula je kupio nalepnicu i zalepio na pušku.
It is done.
Ja sam izgledao pun kurac.
Da, nalepnica, ne skinuo sam ih sve,
Da se nalik čuvam.
Koga boli kurac za skin noža jebote.
Čovjeka koji će plati.
Ko isto u Huntu skin puški bazen.
Da, kockaju sa tim Tomislavom.
Prestiž.
Mogući da te koji peru pare, šta već.
A nego šta im speru pare. Isto kao ona igra što su Rusi napravili, ono sa bananama. Zvide Dracula to. Kakve ono skeme.
One banane su
to je polako propada sad.
A naravno da propada kad se izme.
Da je bilo sad nema dugo ti je prodao neki poznati kurac ti je prodao, znači zalijepio je bananu na zid.
A to znam.
Papira i na zid.
To je kao umetnost.
Da, i to je prodao za jebene novce.
Da, pa šta ti je, pa jebate Kinez kupio... Ko mi pričao da je neki Kinez kupio olovku neku, ne olovku, ribicu kupio za $10 miliona.
Ribicu?
Aj zamisli.
U ono, akvarijumu onaj.
I zamisli čekaj, a to ona koji, oni su skupe.
Kako?
A nije to biće koja je ribica bre, jebote nešto.
Riba se zove koji.
Koji šaran.
Zdravo šefe, jesi ti spreman?
Ja sam rođen spreman, samo mi malo daj vremena, usto sam malo predosu pa sudim.
Piše da uzorkujemo. Piše da uzorke ta skupljamo, to je novo naređenje.
Major, a?
Da.
Odlično.
A vi samo izvolite.
Normalno. Tamo da se opasuljim.
Koji, nego koji. Tako se zove...
Koji?
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 A nije bitno nešto koje
je
riba. Bitno je da je onaj
Koje?
Ko je?
Nije pa...
Koji?
Ko je šaran?
Ko je šaran, jeste. Koji poj?
Pa japanski šaran bi to bio.
Riba ti se zove ko je šaran.
Jeste, som.
Koji?
Ne,
ta vrsta ribe.
A nemaš ti pojma, riba se zove ko je šaran. Ko je šaran, Nenade, ne koji šaran, nego ko je šaran. Ono u stilu, baš si pravi šaran.
Ajmo malo pecanja.
On the second round, not now, because I now don't have money.
Ilija, ti si u Helldiversima.
Uskoro, čekam tebe.
Edo, taman da se malo razgoravim.
Skačeš ta nivo.
Pa trenutno slabo.
Čak da idem na Twitch da vidim.
Nisam teo sam da ronim.
Pa ni ja nisam hteo danas isto, nisam hteo ni juče isto.
Kad bi ja otišao kod tebe, koji ti si mnogo veći nivo nas
Juče smo se kasno nakupili.
A brate, džabe.
Ja i Boris smo igrali 2 meča, ali ti si došao mnogo kasno.
I to je to.
Meni na onome di sam 44. level.
Jasno.
A šta ti 44. nivo?
Sorcerer, i on ima sorcerer. Pa će uće Tomica s nama kad budem ja do 44.
Ma ući ću ja i prije,
Greetings.
A još nešto.
U kom si ovom aktu sa njim stigao?
Drugi akt. Ali sam u džungli one.
Drugi akt, ali...
Džungla.
drugi akt, drugi put, da kažem.
Ne, drugi put.
Well done.
Da, drugi akt, drugi put.
Pa da, pa to kažem.
Da.
A ja sam tek prvi put.
Aha, ti si prvi koji, 17. level?
Pa da, 18.
A no moraš doći u drugi akt, drugi put, tek onda možemo skupa.
Pa to.
Ne možeš ići unutra ako nisi...
Pa to.
Ali kad dođeš u drugi akt, onda ćemo skupa. Ja imam i Rangera na 45. ja mislim i Sorcerera.
Slušaj, kad budemo kad ja dođem sad do 45. ulaziš sa jednim od tih. Kad ja budem Nenada pustovo, onda uđi sa drugim tim.
Ja ću vjerojatno...
Vi to prodajete karaktere za novce?
Ne, dobro, nego čuješ šta ti kažem.
Da,
svakako ja Nenada treba da posle uđi i tog da buđu.
A šta praviš čarovnjaka ili kesić?
A dobro, ali iskreno tak mi nije to sad...
Bolje da sam uzeo noga Gamblara ili ja sa ovom nesenim... Ono je nenormalno, znači jako.
Kako Gambler?
Ne buš mogao igrat s ovima novu ligu.
Objasni.
Znači, pa tako lepo što ima one kao gemove.
Mercenari, samo druga specijalizacija.
Da, ono je ludilo, znači ono leti po mapu.
A šta ima, šta mu je glavna specijalka?
Pa,
ukratko.
Igra ga kao što bi trebali igraju Monka, znači.
Nisi ti vidio Monka sa Tempest Bladium. Znači ja se moram zaustavljati ili prebrzo sve.
Oho.
Ja ću i sa Sorcerem dok ne dođem do nekog levela ići sa Tempest Furiom. Sparku trebaš jako puno radi da bi bio jak sa Sparkom. Ljudi su jako jaki sa Sparkom, ali puno su vjerojatno, moraš puno isto
bježat.
Puno divajna sipat, mislim.
Da, puno divajna moraš tamo sipati. To je jedan od najjačih isto karaktera, taj Spark, ali velim, ja ga imam, nije na 44. levelu, ma ni blizu, stari, ja moram trčat, bježat da bi mogao ubiti nekoga sa Sparkom.
On ne bježi, nego samo stoji šiba maki. Je to?
Je, kad si dovoljno jak, onda samo pucaš iskre ispred sebe i sve umire, ali ja nisam dovoljno jak na 44. levelu.
Question, Paridun defekt.
To ti je ona ženska što ima kao... Jesi je našao ili ta pričaš s njom?
To ti tamo gdje smo bili onoga bossa.
Ona ti je u rudniku.
A sa Vičom sam došao do endgame-a.
Da, gore u bravo, dobro se.
Da, u biti imam 4 karaktera, imam 4, da.
Eto još.
Kako sam nisam pričao s njom?
Sa Witcherom sam u endgame-u, a sa Sorcererom i sa ovim vragom Rangerom sam na 45. levelu, ja mislim. Ali u biti evo sad ću ti točno reći.
Red caravan lead cart to question the detector there.
Kesi ću 42. level sam sa Sorcererom. Ali moram malo pogledat, s njim sam malo zaustavio se, moram malo pogledat šta dignut. Ili ja sam ti rekao da sam našao belt sa 3 ova.
Slota.
3 slota, da.
To mu je jedina osobina?
Ne, nije mu jedna osobina, sad ću ti reći koje su mu osobine. Sad ću ti reći koje su mu, samo da nađem nisam ga stavio. Aha, ima ti 17 increased charm effect duration, 217 armor, 173 to maximum life, 25% increased charm effect duration, 217 stunned threshold i 28 increased charm charge gain.
I 3 slota ima.
3 slota, da.
Dobar.
Znaš kaj, gledao sam malo, ljudi ono se žale, ne može naći ovo, znači puno njih nema naći s 2 slota, ja sam našao.
Da. Možete to prodavati. To ti je jako retko.
Čemu je to?
Ti pajesevi sa charm slotovima, ali da valjaju. Možeš ti naći sa 3, ali da su za kurac.
Sad imam ja opreme nekako što bi možda bilo dobro, ali ne mogu ništa staviti jer je problem sve...
Level.
Level. Sve je problem level. Neke stvari mogu. Čekaj, šta koristi Sorcerer? Wand, jel tako? Wand ili...
Celo mi štav.
Stav.
Izrastao mi tunel, van posljednji kanal. Jebem li ti mamicu ja upitam?
Stav, da.
Another happy customer.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
Boss, don't have beard. I'm fat now. Do I look fat now?
Yes, your ass look fat.
Huh?
Zepam se, Drago.
I have to sit now because tomorrow is college. Go sleep, Kamilica.
We shall be here tomorrow.
We see tomorrow. Yeah, good night and...
Don't let the bugs eat you.
Good luck on the college.
Samo kažeš, don't let the bad bugs eat you.
Hvala, brate, također, laku noć, brate.
Laku noć.
Laku noć, Kamilica.
O jebate, kaj vam tu toga pun kuraca. Želimo mi da imamo prstenje, šta možemo koristiti, šta tu imamo uopće?
Ascend Traitor's Passage to reach the top of the gates.
Alo? Šta bi? To kumar.
Ovo je dobar prsten, 100% lightning damage converted u cold damage.
A mislim da ima...
Dođem.
To je dobro, to ti sve, znači lightning ti pretvara u cold.
Sam vidio. Tunnel, under, last under. Lower. Sorry, lower tunnel. Or middle now.
Seems kind of scary.
Aha, to je quarter staff, to ništa. Ništa, moram kupiti nekakav štap. Aha, on koristi u biti... Čekaj, ali on koristi dvoručni, tako?
Ne, stav jednoručni.
Jednoručni je stav?
Dvoručni, boga mi. Siguran.
Dvoručni je stav?
Siguran. Biće rezervki kesić.
Pa dobro, s dve ruke,
da. Da, pa onda ne mogu imat recimo...
Ne može.
Ne znam, fokus koji...
Ne, to ti ide, fokus ti ide za vant.
A šta je ono što si mi drugo dao, Nenad?
Skeptar.
Šta si mi dao?
Šta sam ti dao? Čekaj. Ono ti kad cigan koji ti daje 10% na sve. Ne, 13, 14 i 12 ti daje. To ti dobe za taj početak.
Da.
Samo ću stavimo checkpoint tu.
Ascend Traitor's Passage to reach the top of the gates. Nismo to još.
Da. Ovo je skeleton, to ništa. Kaj je ljubav?
Yeah, long I think for sure.
Kako ima? Prsten.
GG guys, thanks for the match.
Evo te nemam nijako odijelu.
A ti tek treba da kreiraš karakter, jel nešto?
Ja ga imam već napravio.
Svi ga imamo.
Svi ga imamo, a?
Ja mislim da ga svi imamo ovdje.
Nego nemam želj.
Karakter, mislim. Karakter,
a?
Karakter,
da. Da ga levelujem.
Jeste, da ga leveluješ. Ne zajebavaj.
Krivo. Sparks, da vidimo šta ćemo metnuti.
This is Sparta!
This is Sparta, jesi čuo onaj remix? Ono za store se nisu baš pretrgli, samo da znaš.
Šta su radili?
Ma dali su onaj heavy armor, a isti takav armor imaš i na Battle Passu. Što mi su dali medium, idioti.
Kreteni, brate. Pa rekao sam ti, ja sinoć.
Gluposti.
Pa, brate, dobro, sutra ujutru menju.
Ko će to da kupi? Neko ko nema pojma, ko je totalni imbecil. Ili neko ko je no... A ne pričam za palicu, za armor. Isti armor imaš na Battle Passu. Isti.
Moram samo na Duros, ja.
Pa jedi.
Ne vidim pointu. Ajde, imaš koplje i imaš onaj pendrek. Pendrek je više onako meni lep za stilske poene, znaš. Lepo izgleda kad pendračiš neprijatelje. Lepša nego kad ih bodem onako. Sio kako ih patriotski ubeđujem.
Opa.
Širim
Sve priznaju majku umjer.
Širim patriotizam, udarac po udarac.
Obrnuta psihologija, jeli Ilija?
Jest.
Okačimo ih da vise na glavu i šutiramo ih u mošnice, jel te, a? Obrnuta psihologija.
Ili u mikročipove.
Reko, očistio si sve tu, jel?
Gdje je Boris Anti?
Ostao mi još jedan mali ide dole negdje.
Anti. To mu je nova kategorija.
Damijan, brad.
Ne želim da staje ništa.
Neprijateljno.
Idemo dole već nešto. Dođi.
Pa moram li ja biti s ovom, moram.
Ja bi izdobio XP-ove.
Ili je Diablo Freak. El Diablo!
Pita me Gardinovački kako vidim išta na ekranu. Ja kažem ne vidim. Samo uključim na drugom ekranu nešto da gledam. I ovdje samo spamujem ability i to je to. A ovo ti je druid inače. Ovo je što leti sad jednog na drugi kraj ekrana.
Ne radi ni škole, ni buke,
Znači idemo gore kod ovoga, Halani Gates.
Čekaj, kod Halani Gates?
Da. Vidiš kako ste bez upravo. Ajde, nastavimo genicu.
Jeste vidjeli bomba ono, pravim, se koliko. Ti čini hvalko.
Šta je bre?
Nije šta je nego molim, jebote, pitam se ja.
Šta moliš majmune jedan? Šta moliš?
Puši kurac.
Tako. Aj sad film.
Idemo sad Drakula iz početka.
Aj sad.
Ajmo, naslušaš mi se jaja. Početak, može?
Dobro. Dalje.
Dobro, može brate, može, super.
Kako ti sviđa dom? Sad, ajde drugo.
Sad te boli kurac kako mi se sviđa dom.
Ajmo sad nazad. Vas dvojica ste u stvari na loše stopalo, šta vam je?
Ma ne, to ja i Drakulica malo ono. A to, sviđa mi se.
Koliko mene boli kurac, kako tebe boli kurac kad ti sviđa, nego čisto da te pitam.
Ne, sviđa.
Čekaj, vas dvojica kupujete kod istog lika robu, jel?
Sviđa mi se, brate, što da kažem na neki način, pazi, open world je, gothic, stranje, ono, setting je dobar,
open world je,
sviđa mi se.
Kako open world? Ima veliku mapu, šta?
Ne, ili ja, open world je.
Kao Elden Ring, open world.
Ima veliku mapu, open world.
Pa ne, zavisi, open world je, Borderland je open world.
Molim?
Relativno.
Nisi mi dao super moć.
Kakve
Ej,
super
nisam,
moći?
daću ti posle. Hoću.
Hoćeš super moći, ja ne dajem super moći.
Zaista, gledao sam ove trailere, danas su izbačeni, brate, pre par sati. Pogledajte malo.
Da, teleportuj se meni.
Šta bi se KF3?
Šta bi se, pa ništa, brate, priorder.
Šta bre priorder? Jao... Ne mogu s tim Drakula. Ne mogu s tim Drakula. Ne mogu s tim Drakula. Ne mogu, ubit ću. Čovjek baca pare kroz prozor.
Da, upravo pa da nam snima bre, da vidim kako se smrti.
Boli me.
Što si Drakula toliko negativan, čovječe?
Nije on negativan, on je zapravo najpozitivnija osoba ovdje. Znaš kakvi su ostali?
Tako sam ja kad sam stvarno
negativan.
Brate, ja to uzimam samo zarad dobrih vremena, dobrih partija, dobrog zezanja.
Ali to ćeš sam da radiš.
Boli me kurac da li ću sam da radim ili ja. Ja tu bukvalno igru uzimam, brate, zarad toga jer sam
Memorabilije.
Toliko sati, stotina i stotina proveo dobro, razumiješ, u dvojku.
Kao kad bi ja sad uzeo Han Shodan 2.0, je to Drakula? Pa znam, pa zato. Zato sam ja i uzeo Payday 3. Zato što Payday 2 mi je bila dobra igra, ali Payday 3...
I šta sad, vi svi imate pravo, ja nemam pravo.
Pa imaš, radi šta hoćeš, to je to. Pa Payday 2 je dobra igra, ja sam zato uzeo Payday 3. Ipak se refundao,
Ja neću da refundam, brate, ja ću da naručim fizičku kopiju, čovječe.
Naruči i fizičku kopiju, i one statuice, ne male, u prirodne veličine.
Bro, brate, ja ne znam šta je vama, koji vam kurac, okej, jel vas tera neko da kupite kill?
Ama, nismo mi hejteri, nego te malo
Ne, brate, niste.
Ne, nismo.
Brate, niko vas ne ubeđuje da igrate bilo šta, igrite šta hoćete, zabole me kurac je.
Ne, nego hoću samo ti kažem da me strah da ti ne zavrnu za pare, razumeš? Sad tako, nemoj tako. Ja ga ne trolujem. Ja ne trolujem, ja sam ozbiljan. Ovo što se smijem, setio sam se nekog vica. Dobro. Ja ne trolujem, ja sam samo rekao ljudima te ne boostuju. Ako Nenad traži boost, nemojte da ga boostujete. Sam tako rekao. King Kong, jeste. Rekao sam nemojte da ga boostujete. Nikome ne shvata za ozbiljno, zašto?
Šta bilo? Ode on.
Ne može da gubimo iz pera, nego mojemo da...
Kažem, nemojte da ga boostujete, ljudi hoće da ga boostujete.
Killing Floor, brate, je priordovan.
Sad ga ubi.
A Doom, brat, ima da bude mnogo pare kada ono bude izašao. U maju sad.
Ne, ono što sam, malo igara sam ja refundao zapravo, to bi bio Resident Evil 3 koji sam teo da refundam, nisam jer sam ga ipak prešao. Kratka igra, nije loša igra nego je kratka, ne volim kad mi prodaju nešto što mogu da igram 6 sati, a nije 6 sati, šta je ti 6 sati?
Black Ops 6.
To je smešna cifra. I...
Alani Gates, ti...
Onaj voice actor je rekao da mu je, što je dao glas Kratosu, znaš? Da ima, duži su njegovi dijalozi u God of War nego u kampanji. A nije slago.
Pa nije slago.
A Kratos ne priča skoro ništa tamo, slabo priča.
Boys!
Nije boys, nego boy. Now we're your boy.
Yo boy!
Iskoristio sam token za ovaj dungeon, to će ti biti 3 minuta, ako možda sačekaš još 3 minuta Ne znam šta radiš. Nisam te...
To ne mogu nešto da odem
Nisam te intervjuisao. Ne znam kakav ti je status. Samo nemoj više da se kačiš sa Drakulom, vas dvojice ste teški kad se svađate.
Ko? Ja i Slavko?
Ti i Slavko. Teški ti zatučaju. Ali moraš da staneš, on je star.
Ne postoji mi.
On je star. Razumeš? A dobro.
Šta te boli kurac?
Kažem ti, on je star čovjek, ne možeš da shvatiš.
Nije, nego je napušen.
Ma, to nema veze.
A možda ne trebaš
Jesi duva Slavko, jesi? Jesi naduva?
Naduvaš mi jaje, znaš.
Čekaj, da treba neš u Sekimu, a?
Evo, ja sam pokušao da deeskaliram stvari.
Pa, jel vidiš koliko je negativan dečko, brate?
Nije negativan, nego je vikend.
I on sad pokušava kao ono, brate, vikend, pa, brate...
Evo ga ovdje, vidiš ga.
Udri po Slavku.
Da se provociramo, ja malo kao šalica, odmah se Drakulice vređeš, brate, čemu to je, brate, šta? Pa da, odmah kao nešto, ono, brate... Pa normalno da ću ja uvek prvi da počnem, ja imam prednost prvi da počnem konju jedan.
Čekaj, da mi kažeš da prvi naduvam ja, to?
Ma
Ne, to je bilo zadnje. To je bilo zadnje. Ne, što ćete vidjeti u sljedećim snimcima.
Drakula, neko mora da deeskalira. Znaš.
Bravo, Drakula. Znaš šta to govori o tebi? Da si dečko pametan i pusti budale.
Jest, pusti budale, nek rade što će.
Ne, imaš komisiju.
Nisi korektan.
Šta?
Pa zašto, Drakula, nisam korektan, jevo? Pa šta sam, Drakula, prvi počeo? Ne smemo više ni da se šalimo, brate, šta?
Teo je da te pita šta misliš o...
Okej, brate, okej.
Teo te pita šta misliš o...
Ja sam stvarno ozbiljan, brate, okej, izvini što sam se šalio. Izvini tebe što sam se šalio.
Izvini što sam ja previše shvatio, hoćemo sad da budemo normalni.
Nećemo, brate, duvaj ga, brate, nećemo da budemo
Evo
normalni.
ga sad, šta sad uradi? Evo sad, evo ti ga sad.
Pa to je to što kako se ja još šalimo, ali ne znam koji mu je kurac, brate, pa je nervozan. Ajde te bre, koji ti kurac, jebote, lagani smo, jebote, šta ti je?
Pa...
Smo stari pajtosi, ali nismo, jebemo mater.
Na ulici se diže revolucija, narod je gladan, motika radi okolo, Brnabićka pokušava da pobegne u drugu državu, a ti tako. Viš da je kriza, Vučić razmišlja kako da izađe iz novog frižidera. A nemam pojma, ne. Zjebam se. Ali uvijek ima neku novu izjavu, kad njeno mecena nešto zasere, onda ona ima da kaže nešto umjesto njega. Ona je kao usta Sauronova.
Sauronova usta.
Da. Meksiku sreo i rekao Aleksandar Vučić. Rekao, amigo.
Debeo, I'm stuck.
Aleksandar Vučić, amigo.
Amigo?
Da.
Oh my god.
Kao stavila ruku na srce.
Ne, on je stavio ruku na srce.
Da, stvari, on je stavio ruku na srce, amigo.
Ona stvarno misli da je on narod toliko debil.
A ono narod ti se digo.
Možeš prođeš kad si.
O, romačka.
Šta to znači, ćemo da uvezemo Meksikance?
Jede govna.
Nama ne treba ovakav narod, mi ćemo napraviti bolji narod.
Ja glasam za mladost.
Koju klasu da biram na sosa?
Kanalice, pesi, kanalice i za...
Šta hoćeš da ti bude onako struja ili...
Sleeping now. He have college tomorrow.
Imaš i ono kao...
Go to bed.
Stavio sam ti juče tu. I ono je isto jako.
Idi na počet. Videć to, Šta?
Tu. Na sredinu, pa idemo na ključ.
Ajme šlok. This is depressing. Idem da ubijem malo robota ili buba. Šta god hoćeš.
Ajde još malo, molim te čovječe.
Stani. Nije ni robote ni bube. Moram da vidim gdje se skupljaju samplove. Fuck you. Znači neću da igram bube, hoću da vidim gdje se skupljaju samplove.
Dobro, sad čekaj me malo,
nažalost,
daj mi malo...
mislim da su bub pitanju.
Ma nema veze, brate, daj mi ono, treba Duška da mi dođe malo da iskuliram s njom i da upadnemo. Daj mi jebenih pola sata barem. Spao sam ko svinja, sad ću da uhvatim da igram i, znaš, nije baš...
Sad ćeš uvati zeleni talas, ja?
Ma naravno da hoću da igram, ali ne baš sad odmah, razumiješ? Za jedno pola sata...
Ovo govno opet zamrzlo, bre! Nabije mu ih na kurac!
Šta se to dešava s Diablom, brate? Non stop vam, brate,
sad je free, sad je free. Sad je free vikend, zato zapucava. To nije čudo.
Nemoj umreti još, Nešo. Ti ćeš honore izgubiti do kraja.
Gdje mogu da umreti?
Te, Nešo je neubiv. We are the champions.
Drakulice?
Da.
Drakula?
Toliko.
Yes.
Lutko, jel imaš instaliran Helldiver, brate?
Nemam, ali mogu da ga skinem.
A nemoj da ga instalira samo radi jednog meča.
Ne samo radi jednog veča, nego da ga instalira, recimo, slušaj, pazi ovako, vikend je. Ajmo da šurimo neke lude težine, brate, da streamujemo, da se zajebavamo, da ginemo i ta sranja.
Nije Tilije baš za lude težine.
Pa, brate,
jesam, dok god će one da ginu sa mnom, jesam.
To ti je nešto.
A nije to nešto.
Brate, napravimo haos, desetku, idemo u, ono, head first, brate.
Ali on kaže da smo mi sad optimalni, da ima ljudi koji igra bolje.
Ja ti kažem da možemo da... Ja ti kažem... Ozbiljno ti kažem, daj da se zajebavamo, brate, zašto da ne?
Može, ja sam...
Pazi, ni ja ni Neša nismo toliko loši, a dok već Ilija...
Leša.
Ilija je, brate, kad igraš s Ilijom neprijatelj, ti ne trebaju uopšte, brate.
Rekao i ja je Leša, kunem ti se.
Ne, on je rekao on i Leša.
Jeste on je Leša. Ko je Leša? Ko je taj Leša?
Neko je pokojan je.
Jes, Leša.
Ma mikrofon nešto nije oko.
Ne. Staklo je bilo zapaljeno. Malo. Pa znaš odakle je to? Znaš odakle je to?
Odakle, batice?
Pa kako ne znaš, ovaj lik što je napravio lančani sudar. Kad kaže, pa kako nisi gledao?
Doj, to.
Kad ga je pitao da li ste vi svjesni da ste napravili lančani sudar. On kaže, vozio sam...
Oslobađajući, ja?
Oslobađajući i polako. To je to. Oslobađajući je vozio.
Veoma oslobađajući.
Jeste.
Pa žurio sam.
Staklo je bilo zaprljano.
Možda je staklo bilo zaprljano. Možda.
You're here. The galaxy awaits your salvation.
Drakulice. Jel smo okej sad?
Supa je bila vrela.
Pa ne znam, brate, ono... U hitu si.
A, u Vrelini?
Da.
U Vrelini. To je onaj film. Znaš, kad pljačkaju banke... Jesi gledao Hit, Drakula, film?
Da čekaj negdje kesiću zbog zamki.
Kad trče ulicom i... A, kako ono snija.
Kad ih pogleda onako.
Ne, imaš istu original takvu scenu u onoj Payday 2, znaš Drakula?
Ozbiljno?
Da, ona pljačka kad trčeš ulicom, policajci ti vire glavnom cestu.
Ne čujem te.
Da.
Pojačaj malo ili da pređemo u drugi kanal.
Daj, brate, da vidim šta je mi Majora, brate.
Odi.
Rekao, moram odmah klasu da biram sad.
Ne mogu da odem, rekao sam ti da ćeš mi pola sata, 45 minuta, brate, molim te.
Pa čitaj.
Stavio sam ti ja tu ono... Može pa ići.
Odlično.
Šta ljudi igraju najviše s njim? Koju prati?
Bube. Bube čeka Đorđe.
Da, bube.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
My little honey bunny, my little sugar.
Ako sam dobro shvatio, trebalo bi mapa da nam se poveća.
Ajde vidimo.
A, to je glasina, ali nije provereno.
Evo i Boris upo čovjek. Boris the special guy.
Piše ovako, treba nam rare i normal samplovi. Treba nam Errata Prime. Ili da idemo na...
To je odlično.
Ili da idemo na Gakrux.
Gatriju?
Gakrux. Jao, boli glava. Majku ti jebem, ko će ovo da radi? Ovo samo ko nas ima više.
Pa brate, ja ću...
Pozdrav Borise. Desi.
Pozdrav Borise.
Bube, jel? Šta igramo?
Bube, čekaj Slavko, bube.
Bube. Pogledaj koliko malo ljudi, brate. Samo 7000 ljudi tu. Koliko jadno jebote. Donirajte nešto ako ste u mogućnosti, ljudi.
A, za Space Station?
Aha.
Ja
sam donirao. Brate, common sample.
Pa nemam ja šta da timer, znaš.
A gdje da doniram to?
Brate, dođi na mapu. I...
Ba.
To sam ja donirao max.
Meni je emote na B.
Ajmo u casual chat.
To ti je, piše ti gore Democracy Space Station, gornji desni ćošak.
Da.
Ko je dugno?
Evo, bit će spremno. Sutra već ima da bude gruvanje. Pa jesi pokazao čoveku kako ide Vault? Objasni mu, brate.
Pa.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Kad doniraš imaš da glasaš gdje će to da se, razumeš?
Čekaj, gdje to pricitam, ja ne vidim.
Kad odeš na mapu, ideš na ono 100, na 100 da je mapa, znaš?
Aha, dobro. Ne mogu tu ništa nigdje da uđem.
Možeš. Na levi slot, tu.
Sad mogu, dobro.
Gornji desni ćošak.
Čekaj, samo ću dopadim jednu s vama, pa ću
da...
Sad šta treba da radim?
Na drugi tab imaš da doniraš.
Actions.
Da. Imaš na Eagle Storm da doniraš zelene samplove.
Dobro, koliko da doniram?
Ma brate, koliko imaš? 500 imaš verovatno, a?
Imam 126.
Nemoj onda, brate, neka te čovjek skuplja, brate.
Skuplje, ne moraš.
Ne
moraš. Ja imam sve. Ja imam sve, pa onda doniram. Koji armor da uzmem?
Šta igramo ili odmah mi kaži da znam čisto?
Nažalost moramo bube da igramo.
Okej.
Nažalost.
Težina?
5 neću da igram, 6 a osim ako čekam na tebi super samplovi. Trebalo bi da ima dovoljno rare samplova. No neki plavi. Ima ovaj. Evo je plav. Lepo izgleda.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Znači će biti nezapaljivija.
Engaging orbital thruster.
Sad će da bude šurenje.
Orbit synchronized.
Nemam pojma. Negde. A šta nam treba prvo? Nam treba ova dva subobjektiva, znaš?
Ajmo tamo onda.
Tek ovo. Hvala za bonus health.
Oh yeah.
Napal, municija, bacaš plamena. My out. Da možemo da uteknemo, ponekad. Vik, čeka Slavko. Koliko Airstrike ima ovih?
3, pa onda ima cooldown.
Ma imaš...
Ali zavisnosti upgrade shipa, ono...
Mogu 2 puta da roknem pa da ga vratim nazad. Imaš ono da ispalim 2 puta i da ga vratim i onda se brže napuni 10%. Na treći put ne ispalim, nego sačuvam.
Gotovo. Što?
Sad će biti roštilj od buba. Pečurka, gledao.
Gdje te čeka? Pa dobro će da ode. Jo, nemoj da ga dovedeš ti da bude cijepanja koja je još ženka, ali ne. Pa jedino sad šta nam bude ostalo pa ću desiti nešto.
Joj, što sam stavio na dobro mesto ove...
Predatori. Jeboj, mija mater.
Calling down supplies. Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Gađam kvazarom.
Dotakao sam u nogu. Nije me udario, nego sam mu samo dotaknuo. Gađam.
Ajde, brate, koliko mu treba cooldowna.
Zavisi na koliko je topla planeta, znaš. Ubio si me, minobacač. Vjerojatno si uzeo onaj jedan, tu imaš stalker nest. A možete li da gađate ovo? Ja ću. Evo jedan. Evo jedan, idemo na broj 2. Brš.
Impaler.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting backpack.
Ljudi, ajde, ću da vam predam sve ovo, moram, došlo mi dušice, neću.
Ajde, samo izgibi, ili...
Izgibio sam, ali sam vam brokao impelera. Pa ćemo da nastavim.
Dobro.
Znaš da... Evo ići ću i po samplove. Si ga uzu baciti?
Uzu sam ja odavde.
Evo ima ovdje još jedan boce. Evo ga. Dobro.
Follow me.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Requesting objective equipment. Requesting sentry.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Ček barem da vam pomognem ako ikako moguće.
Heavy, south, close.
I ne mogu da prođem. Ovo je.
New mag.
Ovo što trči?
A ne tu. Onu drugu oklopu. Gađam ga kvazarom.
On my position.
Snake, da malo tebe duge, moram se da promašam.
Tagging location.
Matiću.
Ovo je.
Još jedan impaler, znaš?
Gde?
A, kad bi znao, rekao bi ti, ne vidim ga. Jel vidi neko impelera?
Pa evo trčkam, gledam, ne znam, ne vidim ga.
A vidim tamo, možda je iza ovoga gdje gađa ovaj top.
Iza.
Eno ga, da.
Southeast, close.
Mrtav taj.
O, ne znam, ne škodi da ga malo.
O, evo ga ovaj, brate.
Mrtav je.
Engaging terminal.
Ove rakete su gubile, jebote.
Da.
Throwing supply beacon. Pushing sentry.
Momci, društvo.
Ništa, pozdrav.
Ne, društvo ovdje imam.
Aha.
Sad možete postati slobodno. Momci, društvo, momci, pozdrav.
Treba sam one zapaljuju.
Ready to liberate.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
New canister. I got the terminal. Requesting sentry. Engaging terminal. Supplies. Sentry. Vehicle. South.
Pause.
Attacking map. Southwest. 200 meters.
To je ovdje.
Možda će... Aj, zovni tu sondu.
Mrdni škola malo.
Neki napon ću da bacim ja ili će mi trebati da ga polomim, tako da bolje da ga parkiram neki 50 metara levo. Znaš sam kako to ide. Kad god smo parkirali kola blizu, uvijek su završila u plamen.
Otprilike.
Aj, kucaj dole tamo u sondu.
Ok, samo mi kaži posle odakle izlazi zbog torrent pozicije da stane.
Ok.
Roger that.
Roger. Evo ih.
Check up and good to go.
Lezi Makić, lezi. Vidu kurac. Potvrdi to tamo na konzoli.
Watch my ass, buddy.
Sam to čuo.
Roger.
Roger se čuo. Sonde.
Ništa ne brini, samo imam još jedan pa da...
Potvrdi još jednom.
Pojačamo malo. Roger.
To je to. Gotovo.
Mission progress logged.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. Far. Vehicle. North.
Ško bacaš plamena?
Southeast. Far.
Neću.
A i ti bi da pucaš, a? Aha.
Šta sad, ne valja, a?
Pa. Kako misliš da sedeš pored njega gore, jel?
Ne, nisam vidio od ovog sranja pa dok sam se...
Ovdje ima dve ove. Dva sam imao. Nemaš.
Mogu. Idu kurac.
Requesting sentry.
Mag's empty. Rare sample acquired. Sample collected.
No. Ček Slavko. A ne mogu ti dam ništa. Dobro. Ima dole još jedan bikon. Jebate, ništa se ne vidi.
Requesting vehicle.
Neko ispade.
Ugadi.
Pregazio se neko.
Mene.
Nisam te vidio.
Found something. Got a sample.
To. Ima artiljerija, po to se možemo vratiti. Ajmo. A možemo i odmah da uradimo ako baš...
Ajde.
Želite.
Ako smo tu već.
Ovo više liči na onaj nuklearni silos nego na... Bug bridge. A gdje je bug bridge?
Rare sample acquired. Throwing supply beacon. Tac inbound. Sentry. Active deployment. Dropping package. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting.
Poslije mi turente sve.
Pa nije mi to bio plan, ali dobro. Pa bacio sam ispred one rupe gdje sam vidio da dimi. Nisam vidio da išta ispred.
Može konzola, aktiviram konzolu.
Može. Crvena. Evo što Slavko kaže, trojka, ovo je petici Slavko.
Nema veze.
Dobro, samo kažeš da nema veze, ima veze. Crvena, zelena. Samo treba da frekvenciju namestiš.
Evo, ček samo da ubijem ovu bubu. Moguće da on nije živo. Ja ne mogu da verujem da ti 2 puta kvazar jebem.
Ko je bacio kaj eksplozija?
Ja.
Ja nisam.
Hvala Slavko.
Ja sam mrtav. 8 zelenih, 4 ova naranđasta sam ispala.
Što bre? Ti nas ne voliš.
Nije mi bio ono da te ubijem, nego da ubijem ovog glupog pedera Bile Titana, ništa više. Izvinjam se.
Ništa. Ako? Ajmo pješke, ovaj auto. Valjemo 2 točka. Jeste i naše frekvencije?
Ne znam ko je bio zadužen za
frekvenciju. Ja jesam, da. Rešeno ti to, to je rešeno.
Nego ostaje onaj zvuk kao kad tražiš frekvenciju, ono zzz.
Ono, stoji onaj, vidiš, čekiran.
Vidim.
Teško ćeš ti svojim
hoće da ga izvučem na ravno. 1 točak ima. Aj. Kao da smo na mesecu, a?
Negdje je onaj debil.
Vidim, iza nas. Samo gas.
Ovo je prva misija gdje treba da izvlačim uzorke, jel' tako?
Da. Ne prva, nego nas Major Order da ti je svaka.
Punim. Evo ovdje rupa izlazi odavde.
O, brate, beži ne odavde.
Sad ću ja to da rešim.
Kako mu bila eksplozija? Nije mu bila eksplozija, nego me buba udarila. Presečujem. Neko nas gruno nešto na to bio.
Joj, šta je ovdje buba ovih jebot.
Vidim.
Heavy, south, close. Mag's empty. Calling down a sentry.
Ne voliš vodu, a? Ja volim vodu. Ali u lavoru. To je drugi, a?
Calling down supplies.
Dođi, Boris.
Welcome to my channel.
Makić, dođi. To. Vidio.
Pođi.
Ne nabacaš li da ti veš šta to gađa. Dobro, obustavi paljbu. Cease fire!
Affirmative. Injury? What injury?
Nema injury.
Negdje dolaze, eno ga.
Reloading.
Vidim.
Jebote, ništa.
Rare sample acquired.
Imaš na guzici vik spot, znaš?
Evo gađe ga ovaj, brate, mortal. Evo, ubio ga je mortal.
Boris, uzmi ovo kad idem.
Koje?
To.
Supplies ćeš uzmi.
Evo ti ima 20 zelenih, znaš? 9 red.
Su ovdje rupe, jel?
Calling in reinforcements.
Joj, bravo.
Joj, šta ih je jebot.
Prijatno. Ustani! Jao, ne mogu da pobegnem. Bacite unutra artiljeriju nešto.
Nemam.
Ja sam bacio nešto. Kao što vidiš. Skoči jebote, skači!
Ja sam probao par puta isto tako da pobegnem. Ne mene! Jebate, ovaj minigun uče iz daljine. se prema meni ide, znaš. Oooo, Impaler!
Jebot, šta je ovo, jebot?
Ne, ne! Ne. Gdje?
Evo ga, još jedan pauk, ovo je nemoguće.
Heavy, south, 50 meters. Mag's empty! Mag's empty!
Na njega idem. Dobar. Kakav risak.
Throwing supply beacon, requesting sentry.
Mortar će sada tuče, pazite tamo, da je gomila.
Rare sample acquired.
Ma ima i dole, ono ima.
Ne, bije damo, sad ćete ih bije.
Have a taste of democracy.
Tamo nemaju blizu njih snake.
Requesting air support. Requesting tac pack. Calling down a support weapon.
Deploying support weapon.
Calling down a vehicle. Sending in an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
Evo ti ovaj robot. Balkon.
Može.
Eagle one for you. Be back shortly.
Hurra!
Hvala.
Molim. Nego motor znači.
Kako da ne?
Nije baš
da
nešto.
Da učitno znam od milina.
Pa da.
A jeste, veruj mi da jeste. Izvuči. Čekaj, to je ovdje došlo.
Aha, drill imamo. To treba da buši.
Dole, između.
Dole, nego ja stavljam ove turente.
Hoćeš neko da puca iz ovoga mitraljeza?
Ne.
Hoću ja, evo.
Pa će doći bugan.
Da,
vidjet ćeš kad dođe.
Oni dolaze već jedan dan.
O, još nisu počeo dolaze, ne brini.
Ma, pa da krenu.
Samo polako si uvizao.
I got the terminal. You will never destroy our way of life. Engaging terminal.
C4. C4.
I'll handle the terminal.
Dobro, collecting sample.
Auto svojih polako kreće prema.
Dolaze.
Ne mogu da spustim cev tako nisko.
Nema zašto, usrećemo ovaj.
Ja sam dao sve od sebe.
I got the terminal. Sending in an eagle.
Ovo govno. Jebem.
Heavy, north, close. Mag's empty. Calling in reinforcements. New mag. Mag's empty.
Evo ti ovdje da sam ja slabo.
Engaging terminal.
Uzeo sam ove samplove.
Skoro gotovo.
Ovdje ti je ovaj guard dog.
Još negdje izlazi, pazite mu s kontra strane, south.
Out. Yes.
Out. Dobro sam. Ne, zadugo. Op! Ne vidim ga. Mrak. Znaš, mrak je i ne vidim...
A ovome treba ovoliko dugo sad da se ohlati.
Crvena planeta. Znaš što je na toplo planete treba 30 sekundi, na hladne treba 20. Znaš?
Pa ja vidim nešto nije u redu, jebote. Evo ti ga dolazi ponovo ovaj debil.
Znaš šta ti možda bolja opcija, Matić?
Trebao sam uzeti onaj, brate, što...
Jednokratni onaj, zolju. Uzmeš zolju, dobiješ 2 komade, znaš. Ona se puni na 50 sekundi, 60. Dobiješ 2, to ti je taman cooldown za to. Može neko da me ubije.
To?
Ne mogu da se odlavim, jebom u jamce, ne prlazi. Ne prlazi. Upao sam u bube i ne mogu da izađem ovdje. Ne pitaš. Dolazi još buba. Bube.
Bacam mortar. Sad će ovo da ih poliva, samo nemoj blizu njih.
Kak je, sam starac i pomenic.
Ovo ima dalek domet, brate. Gdje je?
A čuješ ju?
Aha, evo vidim ga.
Dolazi.
Mrtav je, stvari nije.
Mrtav je sad. Mrtav je sad. Ja sam impresioniran da ovaj auto preživio sve ovo. Ovo je 6.
Dropping a pin, south, 300 meters.
Ovo ti je deo ovoga globalnog naređenja. Da skupimo zelene i ove naranđaste uzorke, znaš? Vidi ga, majke. Vidi ga.
Punim.
Sample collected. Rare sample acquired.
Iza nas nešto.
Joooo, eno ga dolazi, onaj pauk.
Stižem. Mrdam se zabiti.
Pogođen jednom.
Put sam u glavu.
Gađa ga ovaj mortare.
Malo. Pusti.
Jebote živote.
Found something. Reloading. Requesting air support.
Koje?
Punim. Evo ga je velik.
Izlazi iz auto, ubići. Ne vidim. Ajoj, ovo je van zone.
Sjebali smo snik.
Neko imaš artiljeriju. Evo ga im pelat.
Heavy, northwest, close.
Ide na mene, jao.
Kraj.
Tagging location, northeast. Requesting vehicle. Calling down a sentry. Tag pack inbound.
Dolazim neki sekund.
Here.
Slavko, uzim municiju ako hoćeš za sebe, ja imam ovu torbu za nas dvojicu.
Lagano, lagano.
Ovo je sad kao dan ovdje, znaš. Viš ti negdje onu pečurku svega ti. A, Boris.
Ne vidim.
Evo i kreditić.
A ti si ovo istumbao u bazu, a? Onda je puklo nešto ovdje.
Tagging map, west, 300 meters.
Vježbakić. Ovo što je
Tagging map, northwest, 200 meters.
Extraction is available.
Nema ovdje ništa. Da.
Bube.
Bug out post spotted. Sending in an eagle.
Sorry, Makiću.
Requesting sentry.
Eagle 1 withdrawing to rearm.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Reloading.
Pogledaj ovo po godinu bube, je ovo realno.
A ne, uvijek pistone na guđu, znaš što njih gađa. To je to. Zatvore smo, i ti ovdje. Te nam je prevoz.
Calling down a sentry. Tagging location.
I ovih odavde dolaze.
Vidim. Max, poručevite se ukrcavaš. Ne gume, robotu. Treba Prevoslav.
Pa blizu sam, nema potrebe.
Dobro. Si li bio ovdje? Nisi. Na severu. Severno pokriva, ja ću potražimo smetlište. Ima rail guni. Rare sample.
Rare sample acquired.
Ovako je mrtvo.
Reinforcing.
Ostali su mu samplovi tamo.
Nema veze, to je izlazio, tako.
Tamo je ekstrakt, jeste, da.
Nema veze. Zato sam ga pitao, mu treba pick-up. Treba municiju, municiju.
Ne.
O, ne treba.
Ćeš prevoz? Hoćeš da pogledam
Ne,
ovdje?
sad.
Ma, samo uđi. Dok se ne isprevrne. Imaš shell gun tu ako hoćeš.
No ja.
Sigurno.
Pa dobro.
Ne znam kakav si za nišanje.
Veoma loš.
Ja isto. Bolje nego Kecma. Kecma su ubije s tim. To je trebalo da ga bejtuje da dođe.
Nema od toga ništa.
Ne, on ne daje gledati.
Ajmo blago meni na ekstrat ako ima volje.
Imam, vidiš da...
Vidim.
Radim sve što je u mojoj moći.
Da.
Demokratsko.
5 minutes remaining. I repeat, 5 minutes remaining.
Ti si imao dosta sample, evo.
Found something.
Šta sam našao? A?
Molim?
Kaže found something. Kako mi ovo nismo osjebali. Tako?
Šta Slavko je, šta?
Tako nismo ovo osjebali.
Dvojice, brate, i ono, Slavko.
Tako nismo osjebali. Bravo. Makiću.
Dva komada je. Ne znamo ćemo preživjeti.
Mogli smo onako bez problema, ali...
Još jedan šetač.
Zašto bi preživjeli?
Zašto?
Mislim zašto. Mogli smo onako komotno, ali čemu? To je ovako interesantno.
Jest, ovako je više andalinski pogođen.
10 je još lepši, znaš.
Tu ne puca ovaj mitraljez jebote.
Šta, na bubu?
Ne, nego ne puca uopšte na ovoga velikog, brate.
Bježi!
Ove rakete ga raznosno.
I Markić i skatuješ tu, da?
Da.
Momci, ganjali su me bila dva ova Bal Titana. Molim da. Šta je, izlaz nije tako daleko. Šta to ide pored mene? Ne verujem.
Ovo je ekstra.
Calling down a vehicle. Calling down a support weapon. Freedom! Calling in extraction.
Liberty returned, locked and loaded. Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Evo odavde dolazi.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
30 kilova, znaš.
support. Coming in hot. ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Molim.
Sending in an eagle.
Evo, završavam.
Dolazi, Makiću.
Heavy, north.
Close.
To je.
Reloading.
ETA T-minus 1 minute. Reinforcement budget depleted.
To je to. O ne.
Gadze ga, gubila su ga ove rakete. To od sad ja nosim.
Bre su ga kozec.
Draculation. Welcome to my channel.
Pazi, Makić, ubit će te. Mi nabacaš. Moja
Nema
pretpostavka
ništa
je...
od reinforcementa, jebi.
Moja pretpostavka je da je to tvoj nabacač.
Jes pa moj, ne mogu vidjeti.
E, to nikad nemoj prijatelji da koristiti, znaš.
Mi nabacača?
Običan mi nabacač.
Da, vidiš kako random nas bije, evo sada iza mene najmanja buba, gađaći nju i ima da ubije mene.
Da ubije bubu koju ćeš ti da udariš.
Budem ti pak, znaš, vidiš šta je legneš, skočiš sa strane.
Evo, gleda, puca pod meni, ne bre.
Pa naravno će da puca po tebi, oko tebi su neprijatelji. I to je to, medveđa usluga.
Gdješ?
Bum. Gdje si, Dracula, šta ima? My old spectator.
Super Earth's finest back in action.
Sad radim. Šta će? Jednog ne znam. Kada ga ne vidimo. Ne vidimo ga na mapi. Joj. Koliko ti treba? 140 medalja? Je li ono?
Ko? Ne, ja možda sad već imam. Sad ću da vidim.
Skupljali smo bili po onim kanisterima medalje juče i danas.
Skupljam ja non stop i kad vi igrate i kad ne igrate. Kad igrate onda čekaš sat vremena da se odigra Diablo, ova igra jedno, ovo i drugo što je skroz okej. A ja skupljam. Imam 160 medalja.
Eto više.
Eto, imam za onaj
Neko
Helldivers Mobilize, evo, 150 i onaj Increased Reinforced Budget. Hoću da uzem taj booster, mislim samo da mi oni fali. Tako da, to je to. Idemo dalje, tu imam još samo 2 stavke i ja sam kompletan otvorio. Kompletan. Mobilize. Still Veterans. 3 polja kompletno otvoreno. Cutting Edge. 2 polja kompletno otvoreno.
Search and Destroy. Ovo ti je misija koju ne znam da ćemo preživjeti, ali...
Ja pauziram pa... eto, ulazim poslije.
Ajde, onda ćemo mi malo...
Kako god.
Ne, malo lakše. Isto to samo level 4.
Samo lagano.
Ne budi na kraj srca.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Pozdrav, momci.
Pozdrav.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Da misliš tu?
Pa tu da uzmemo tu je pruvetu.
A to je da raznesemo ovu stanicu istraživačku, ali to je to.
To je isto crvena planeta.
Da. Imaš prekvazar ako si kupio onaj IT-17 Expendable Anti-Tank. To ti je možda bolje. Ili uzmi onaj turret ako imaš onaj Rocket Sentry.
Imam.
Regularni minobataš će nas pobiti.
Uzet sam one sa EMP-em.
Samo EMP, taj ti neće biti.
Uzet ću Guard Dog i uzet ću, samo da vidim, imam Spear, ne znam taj...
Ne, Spear ti treba ranac. Da, Spear ti treba ranac.
A za STAX-3 Wasp Launcher.
I za njega treba ranac.
Expendable Anti-Tank.
Za njega ne treba. On ti ide na rame.
On ima jednu, jel?
Imaš dve. Kad naručiš kanister, dobiš dve.
Hellpod launch initiated.
That is not hindered by the corpse of their comrade.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling in a hell bomb. Calling down supplies. Tech pack inbound. Requesting vehicle. Calling down a support weapon. I got the terminal. Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
Aktivirao sam platu tvoje.
Supplies.
Ja sam vamo gore.
Bacio se taj... Sem na dobru poziciju.
Tagging map, southwest, 200 meters.
Sami ti trebaš on.
Evo me. Evo ovdje levo imamo nešto.
Found something! Rare sample acquired. Supplies.
Evo nam ga levo, žuta linija.
Found something.
Stizao one kodove za ovaj... Kraj ti izbacio bio event, onaj... Event izbacio...
Ima kodovi za poene.
2500, jer su zabagovani. Pa zabagovani su questove. Znaš. Zato je dao kodove. Umjesto da dobiješ nove questove, bukvalno su zatamljeni, ne možeš da ih radiš. I ovaj... Zato je Krajtek kao kompenzaciju dao... Samo da vidim nešto, ovo nešto sumnjam. Vidim antenu ispred nas. Ajde vidimo, vamo. To radar, ja mislim. Check.
Requesting air support. Requesting sentry. Requesting orbital. Sending in an eagle. Throwing supply beacon.
Brate, šta im je ovo da?
Ovo ti je bio napalm airstrike 2 puta i onda orbital preko toga. Na svaki slučaj. Nemoj za mnom. Uzeo sam ovo vatrostalno delo, ne mogu da trčim. Što se kaže, izračunat rizik.
Engaging terminal.
Ne obzirom da radar pored izlaza opet.
Injury? What injury? I got the terminal. I'm on it.
Imaš pored sebe onaj supply što sam bacio.
Da, da.
Ja sam skoro završio.
Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated.
Gotovo.
Objective complete.
Imamo stavke. Moguće. Ajde prvo njih skembamo. Ako izađem od pokupim ovo time samo pokrive. Pokrive može biti ovdje stalker negdje blizu.
Rare sample acquired.
Ko da pređe? Koji to misle? Ovaj Nenad. Evo ti municiju.
Ne problema.
Još EMP opalio posred nas, jer ja mislim da nas to ne oštećuje ništa.
Ne.
Throwing supply beacon.
Pare. Iha. Samo to. Koliko ti imaš super kredita?
4, to je nešto, skoro 500.
Dobro. Hiljadarka ti treba za sljedeći ono.
Evo ti bunker ovdje.
Koji je to ugao? North, east.
To ti je West 253.
Dobro. Ne znam kako ga vidiš, ali...
Vidim one za uključivanje ručke, vidiš li?
A vidim nije. Pazi buba.
Sad se čekaj. Što neće?
zato što moraš... Ovo su ili pare medalje ili requisition. A nisu samplovi. To znam. 20 super credit. Dobro si vidio, svaka čast. Ima sad neki Year of the Dragon, čini mi se event u Deep Rocku.
Nemoj zed.
To je kao onaj Lunar Year, kao celebration. Mislim da to ima svaki put.
Ovo je kigla za ovdje.
Nas to ne interesuje, znaš šta nas interesuje, samo dalje. Ne, čuj municiju. Velik kurac.
Evo ovdje su bube.
Ne. Ode.
Tu im je jezgra ovo žuto.
Au. Jao, izvinjavam se.
Ništa.
Ovo on traži.
Ovdje.
Ovo ti je stalker ne znam. Ovo. Vidiš? Nije izgubio. Pobegao.
Nema ga.
Ne po auto. Taj robot puca kroz auto.
Kako ovdje uništim? Aha, evo je rupa ovdje.
Da, ovo ti je... Aj kao ovo je četvorka pa nije opasno. Na veći nivome težine, znači da budu po 2-3. Makiću.
Da.
Lezi. Nama fali hard disk.
Imamo ovdje levo odmah dijamant. Evo odmah tu pored nas. Na 99.
Kućice se vidim. Pare, medalje. Bjež Maki nađe, bež, vjerojatno.
Orbital inbound.
Radi malo širi, nazad.
O, brate, to ti je overkill, nije tu bilo baš prilično.
Calling down a vehicle.
Eagle 1 withdrawing to rearm.
Imam PTSD od malo pre.
Moguće da ovdje nešto preživjelo je.
Da, jeste. Čuješ kako cvrče.
Tačno napred, evo desno imamo dijamant.
Iza nas.
Evo, znak pitanja, bukvalno ispred nas.
Ti si uzeo što je bilo, znaš?
Dropping a pin, south, 100 meters.
Kažem, ja bi da pokupimo prvo hard disk.
Ajde, vozi.
Imamo 25 minuta. Imamo čitavu mapu otvorenu. To je samo pitanje koji ćemo redom da skupljamo ove ujede. Krenuo sam se 4 puta oko svoje ovce. Vozio sam po ravnom terenu. Full ravno je bilo sve. Znači samo sam držao levo, desno, samo sam udarao sad kolom. Dobre ga.
Kill by impact. Samo to ubilo izvijem.
Probao da iskočiš iz auta.
Ovo sam izašao iz auta, da.
Auto se pomere malo levo, desno i... to je to.
Ja, znači ne verujem.
Šta misliš kako sam po ravnom vozio i okrenuli smo se 15 puta onako i dočekali se nazad točkove. Ajde sad ti njim. Kucaj tamo na taj display kod.
Calling down supplies.
Sending down equipment package.
Calling down a sentry. Engaging terminal. Requesting air support.
Marcellus.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Firing orbital barrage, clear the area.
Let's.
Ending.
Attack underway.
New mag. That's called democracy.
Mislim da sam bacio dovoljno daleko napred.
Another one bites the dust.
Slobodno. Sprit sam dugme tu. Aj, izbacio ga. Aj, uzmi samo hard disk u ruke.
Gdje je?
Unutra je u tom slotu.
Uzmu.
Da te odtaksiram do, kako se zove...
Dropping a pin. South. Far.
Mislim, bolje nego da ga nosiš u ruke. Ne znam zašto tako kada se premeće svega.
Evo ti ovdje, brate.
Ođi, vratit ćemo se. Ovo je cilj, ja mislim, održište. Ovdje negdje ima onaj, kako se zove, terminal. Brš! To.
Vidi, ispalo mi je. A gdje se stavlja ovo sad?
Ovdje, kod mene.
Aha, evo vidi.
Bi me mrtvić šta je s laserom, razglavno. Što se radi? Vidim, ja ću ovi peške. Ja bacio napam, bježu dakle.
Eagle 1
equipment package.
Heavy, northeast, on my position. Requesting sentry. Heavy, northeast, close. Mag's empty.
Говоришь?
Heavy, northeast, close.
Застигнут.
Напред. Терминал. Ovdje obično zna da bude dosta kuća, međutim nismo uliko počistili dobro. Ovo sad livada ovdje. Šta ovo Zekić je ovdje? Evo znam što je Zekić. Imaš tu municiju dole.
Requesting tech pack.
Ja ću sam reći na koju stranu.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
I'm on it.
Još malo dobar. Gdje si rekao da je municija ovdje, ali?
Tu.
Supplies. Never mind.
Zove bube.
O je.
Tako kad ih to uradimo, možemo da počistimo ove što imaju bube i ove...
Tagging map. West. 100 meters.
Dijamant. Pa da. Znači, tebi sviđa ta laserska puška, a? A, zamenio si za to. Vidi.
Imamo i tamo nešto više.
Da.
Brdu gore.
Ne znam, možeš to da pokupiš.
Ne znam, mislim da je gore negdje ide iza brda ili na brdu.
Iza. Ne može biti na brdu. Jer igra ne pretpostavlja da ti imaš opciju da spopneš tako visoko, znaš. Na koju stranu idem? Na vest, a?
Ajmo na vest tamo da uzmemo. Evo ovdje su bube neke. Bug outpost.
Heavy. Šta bre, heavy, samo jedna rupa bila. Jeli?
Dve rupe.
I to je heavy. Heavy ti je obično 3-4 rupe.
Mag's empty! Sending in an Eagle!
Here comes the cavalry.
Orbital inbound! Mag's empty! Get some! Get some! Calling down supplies! Requesting air support! Calling down a sentry!
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
I've got you.
Nema tu ništa živo. Imamo levo jedan dijamantić. Na 238.
Imaš gnezdo ovdje.
A, može.
Ne, vidi ga. Stani! Moguće ovo. Da je Bubo ušao u teksturu. Bube mora da je ušao u teksturu, znaš što sam gledao. I on prati bubu i šiba, razumeš, po njoj i samo po nogama.
Na 0 imamo dijamant. A imamo i taj, da, može taj prvo, to je na kraj mapu. Da.
Pazi. Bravo. Šta je to zovne braći?
Wow.
Čekaj. Još nešto. Još nešto ima. Ima i sample.
Puni.
Tagging map, northeast, 200 meters. Mag's empty!
Samo pucam u zemlji svojim. I ako ne krenu da skakuću, pobih.
Desno nam je dijamant.
Stigra ono Mad Max igru svega.
Mad Max, jes?
2018. hvali ono godinu.
Odlično igra, odlično.
Kraj priče je malo, znaš ono.
Nisam završio.
Ajde ti ne otkrivam. To ti ono, što ja kažem, ništa ti ne desilo. Da, desilo ništa ti ne desilo. To ti kraj igra. Sama igra je dobra, ali način koji su završili priču. Znaš, kad gledaš film i ono kažu ti na kraju kao sve je bio samo san. Shutter Island, na primjer. Ono sa DiCaprijom. On je kao na onom ostrvu, kao je li lud, nije lud. Da li on mentalni bolesnik ili policajac i onda on kaže na kraju bolje da nedužan čovjek umre u ludari, nego da kao ubica ostane slobodni. I kao to je kraj, nemaš kao ono... Mislim, kao šta sad, mislim, mene kraj ne zadovoljava, znaš, kao okej.
Imamo... Dva znaka pitanja, što to može biti? Imamo i znak pitanja.
To ti je gnezdo buba. Ja sam markovo... dijamant. Znakovi pitanja su ti uvek spawneri njihovi, znaš. Ovo je grob. Halo?
Halo.
Gde si, Slavko?
Evo, rekao sam moram malo u pauzi da napravim i evo me. Završili ste, a?
Šta smo završili? Ulazi.
Znam, rekao, možda ste završili pa da...
Čim smo završili?
Šaltam nešto drugo, brate. Ne znam ili ja pitam.
Matiću.
Ovdje imamo i bombu.
Izlazi iz auta. Ne garantuju za ličnu bezbednost.
Bunker ovdje.
Da ga otvaramo, Slavko, da ga ne otvaramo.
Ne otvarite ga, evo upadne. Bukvalno.
Čekaj, vidimo šta je ovo. Maki će nešto teško dolazi.
Evo prsta. Šta igram? Termite, a?
Termite će Slavko.
Četvorka.
A ovo je para. Čekamo da Slavko uđe da uzme pare.
Da bi imao.
Da.
Jel ovo radi ovaj 2000
Radi, 2000 pojena radi. Samo kucaj. Ideš u glavni menu. Onda imaš ono settings ili other kako već veše. I imaš REDeEM.
Tako.
Šta kažeš?
Poslu si već bio jedan put kad smo dobili 1000 poena.
To je za novu godinu. Ovo je 2000 poena. Zato što je Kajtek izbacio nove kao one viklije. A ne rade...
Ne rade?
Pa ne rade. Zato što ne znaju da kodiraju idioti. I onda su rekli kao...
Jo, zato ja sa snajperom, silencerom pokušavam ubijem, hitujem ljude, damage'em, ono stoji.
Ne radi, da.
A pobio sam pola naroda, bre. Zato meni, ja jebote vidim, znaš, nije sad, već igram nekoliko mečeva, 20 mečeva. Šta je, ovo stoji mi sve, bre. Znači, to je problem, ne.
Jesi.
Oni nisu normalni.
Kucaj ti, 2000 pojene žive. Čekaj, Slavko, vidiš nuklearku?
Žibio sam.
Ma ne vidim, čekaj, gledam, tražim džemper da se obučem.
Najveći tošak.
Vidim.
REDeEM kod, evo.
Malo super, ne izlazim iz kola.
Lele. Mogu opet bre da kuću noć.
Probao sam ja, isto što i ti.
1013 god bounce. Battle Pass. Ostalo mi još samo 2 ranka, ali ja ne mogu to da pređem 2 ova levela, tako.
Pa možeš. Imaš još 16 dana, Drakula. Kažeš skoro čitam Battle Pass, a počeo si 3 nedelje kasnije.
Da, nisam... Jeba sam prešao Battle Pass kurciju, nisam...
A ti challenge daju brdo pojena. A ti si imao te ne igra sa svim oružjima koje su pisao tamo. Šta se to čuje? Čekaj sluh ima.
Slavko, šmrk.
Čekaj sluh ima.
Imamo još jedan.
Ne radi Slavko to, brate.
Slavko je prelazio.
Mislim, ne znam ako profesor to kaže da radim, onda uradim. Ali inače
Ako izvadiš budalu, onda si izvadio budalu.
Da.
To je da.
Loži me da šaljem to muškarcima u inbox.
Kako smo promašeni? Oj!
On my position.
Ja.
Mag's empty.
Jebote, na metar iskočio. A joj, nuklearka ispred nas. Begaj.
Calling down a sentry.
Igraju tamo gore s ovdje...
Bugs, northeast.
To bi puno izima. Valjda igra. Heroina, kokaina, heroina.
Možemo i na miru da otvorimo bunker.
Teško.
Ne daj nam.
Mora da očistimo, brate, prvo gama. Jer tako smo u mogućnosti.
Oni stavili viku, a ne radi vik. To je genijalno. Ne radi samo vik, 7 ili svaki, ja dam sam. Samo ovaj. Samo ovaj vik.
Zašto napao, brate? Čemu?
Jeli, samo...
Ne znam, a brate... Pa... Stavio sam turente, svetim jutro, mislim. Znaš. Nema logike.
Ja, to ti Snake baca.
Nema logike u redu šuri, brate, ali ne po našoj partijeri.
Jednostavno se desilo.
Dešava se nešto često.
55. put, da.
Sentry. Sample should greatly aid in the war effort.
Si čuo? Should aid the war there.
Supplies. Tagging map. East. 300 meters.
Koliko imamo? Ima dovoljno vremena. Za 3 minuta imamo auto, tako da možemo se vratiti.
Sample collected.
Hop.
Reloading.
Čekaj, malo treba municije.
Meni ne treba, sam pun.
Treba kome s tim pak, uzmi iz torbe.
Ne treba 4.
Slavko, tebi?
Ne.
Imamo znak pitanja, bukvalno prema bazi.
Imaš dva. Imaš dva na dijamant.
Tagging location. Never mind. Bugs. Southeast.
Bubičke, Slavko.
Da.
5 minutes remaining. I repeat, 5 minutes remaining.
Jel' ovo bilo blizu?
To nije.
Samo ima 3 bube samo.
To je okej.
Dosta.
Ne, to je okej, skroz.
Nikad nije malo.
Ovo nervira me tebra, ono načino, bilo šta god da postavi, aha. Da, šta god da postaviš, brate, ono. Vidio sam. Znaš, da šikamo naše one stvari, bez veze je vidio.
Nije namjerno bilo, nisam vidio da će tako biti blizu.
Mango, okej, bre. Just saying.
Ti nisi da bi ja to namjerno radim? A daj.
Ne.
Možda ne.
A možda i bi, aha.
Možda ne.
Dropping a pin. South. 200 meters.
Dead, 13, 15 od 20. Prosto smo dobri.
Evo ga ovaj oklopni ovdje, jebao majku svoju. Vidi.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 100 meters.
Gdje smo ići?
Da ti ga spucu, brate.
Plaće ga ovaj s raketama uniš. Eno ga.
Kupili ispred njega sad. Tu ima neko leglo bubu pored nas.
O bože, evo ga čačeš.
Evo ti ovdje ima još jedan bazuk kako neko.
Glava, glava ovdje. Glava.
Da.
Samo sam ga razvrstao. Baci napad ovdje, momci.
Tamo negdje u sredinu.
Pa u sredinu se baci.
Shit, here we go.
Ajo, bravo.
Say hello to democracy!
Iako preživim sad.
Mag's empty! Calling down a sentry!
Sad.
Feels good! Supplies.
That's right, boys.
Supplies. Supplies. Tagging map. Southwest. 100 meters.
1 minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent.
Oi!
Marking location. Cancel that.
Ono je bomba.
Danger. West.
Udri.
Refuziramo sve.
Svetlosni efekt.
Da budem iskren, i u Hanshotanu su ti ovi efekti, ali većina nas ima toliko loš frame da isključi sve te gluposti. Ne mogu ništa.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 200 meters.
Možemo izići. Ja što gledam čitavu mapu, ja mislim da nismo kamen ostavili.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction shuttle deployed.
Autostop.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Zamolio bi me da ne izlazite dok ne isprevrćemo se. Čudan zahtev, ali nije neosnovno. Inače, radar nam je bio odmah pored izlaza, znaš. Ne znam kako sam znao.
To su počeli da furaju žešći.
Ne znam zašto je to tako, ali tako. Ne izlazi. Ne izlazi tako, ne može to. Ne izlazi.
Moramo.
A nemaš šta da baciš.
Znam, vidim, dobro.
Pa ne možeš.
Pa ne bi te poslušao, Ilija, pa to...
Mora,
Ketmane, zamolio bih te za 46 sekundi čutnje.
Da ga nosim. Neću da me boostaju, Pavo. Da ga boostaš, hoćeš da te boosta?
Treba nekome da bude boostao.
Pa ja bih htio, ali nemam 15 XL. Pa nemam pare, brat.
A nemaš za 5 XL za onaj 39, da?
Naravno. Prioriteti ba to.
Kako da uzmem ovaj sample?
Da ćeš lepše nego kad ti ne leti zed, brate, a ti ga pukniš i rastoriš mu u banju na sve strane krv, brate.
Zlaste.
Dobro, kamo laga.
Tu ga čoper.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Liberty has seen you through.
Da ne kažu da nam pomažemo ratnom naporu.
Dexter je tu, Dexter će upasti...
Evo.
Koliko sad? Moram da se onda prebacim, brate, na in-game. Njega jebe Discord.
A sad ćemo demokratski da vidimo.
Dextere!
Kam da ga jebe i in-game voice.
Čekaj da ću vidjeti.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Ovo je 150 level.
Jebote, 150 level.
Tu sam.
Dobre, rekao da li te geta ovaj in-game.
Imaš neku muzičku želju?
Imam neku muziku da slušam dok rokam ove bube.
Ali me pitaš ili...
Da, pitam njega da mu nije dosadno.
Welcome back. The Terminids you defeated will soon fuel the war effort.
Hoćemo nešto izazovno ili kako?
Pa pitam.
Šta god, brat? Šta god?
Vjerovatno nije.
Može zagrevanje pa ćemo da vidimo kako će ide, da.
Budući da nemamo...
Ali ste se obukli ko nacisti, brat.
Ne.
Moram i ja onda.
Ne, ovo ti je standardna uniforma.
Da.
Orbit synchronized.
Ajde, komandante, lead the way.
Ti znaš da je ovo ko skačemo opasno.
Pod launch initiated.
Uzeo onaj upgrade za supply pod. Svaki put kad bacimo supply pod, na njega se stvori mitraljez gore.
Ste vi na Discord, verovatno?
Da.
Da.
Pa da, ali ja sam prešao ovdje, ako sam na Discord, nećeš moći da me čuješ ovdje.
Dobro, okej. Pričajte vi, ja sam tu. Čujem, super. Samo vi pričajte, ja sam tu, ne brinite.
Mislite, bubama telekomunikacije. Momci bešte odavde, baci sam orbital napal na to smeće. Da ga nije.
Requesting hack inbound. Requesting fortifications. Requesting advanced weaponry. Heavy southeast. Close.
Ja ću da pokušam Rail Canyonom da mu jebe mater. Neće valjda ove planine da izjebu stvar, ali ne bi trebalo. Pa, lako noć svirači. I'm good.
To bilo dobro?
Pa bilo. A hoće neki put, razumeš, u stenu i promaši ga cijelog, znači samo da uzmeš da te rokneš, majke.
Calling in an eagle.
Vele napol, brat moj. Vi ste luđi od ilige, čoveče.
Samo orbital napol, ništa drugo. Znači čovjek šta valja.
Pa brate, ću da ponesem ja na opam što ste vi toliko pametni od mene.
Ali moraš da znaš koliki je domet. Treba ti 30 metara u radijusu od toga što si bacio.
Više se ti ne brini za domet.
Bacio sam gem na sredini, tako da neće nikog da vjerni. Jedino ako sam ne odeš. Ne moraš da ideš još tako da se završi.
Ja sam uzeo da sam vatr stavno.
Si vidio da je, brate, prvi put koji Major imamo, brate?
A nije to prvi?
Da.
Ne, već je to bilo. Već je to bilo, da. Pa smo failovali, pisale da imamo counterfeit sampler.
Ajde, penji se.
Imam ga ja.
Pa mi izvoli.
To je dobro, neću pustiti.
500 kila, moguće.
Aj, gore, iz gore.
Bravo.
Sending in an eagle. Here.
Pogadio.
Tagging location. Heavy. Northeast. Reloading.
Sine, mile. Ej, ovaj Scorcher, kick ass-uje, brate.
Gdje je taj drill spot?
Pa odlaziš od njega.
Ne, to nije tačna pozicija, to znaš.
To znam, ali tu smo negdje.
Ne mora da znaš.
Evo ga dole.
Vidiš?
Tu je.
Ne znači uopće.
Drill poziciju moraš da naći, nije uvijek nisko mjesto.
No da.
Unim.
Nemoj da mi trčiš tamo unutra za sad molim.
Nisi povukao ručnu, brate.
Ma nema ručne! Ne postoji ručna jebi.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Calling down supply.
Ima, zna da bude i okolo ovih stranje rupe, znaš?
Da, već sam uništio 2-3.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Rare sample acquired. Supply. East. I'll take it.
Majke bijeli.
New mag.
Mother tracker.
Supplies. Affirmative.
Čekaj, ja ću da aktiviram ovo, a vi malo obratite pažnju. Barem mi recite odakle ide i šta ide. Ti ćeš li je dobro?
Gdje vrati pažnju na mene?
Evo su ovdje.
Bež nazad, kad kažem nazad. A ne bude da te ubije.
Neće.
Hoće. Sad neće.
Samo pravovremeno me obavesti, evo su i ovdje.
Jebi ga, bar pokriva jednu stranu.
Da.
O, tačno su bube izronile, čovječe.
Ispod tebe.
Jes. Aj jebote.
Southwest. Close.
Gori bre!
Evo ga impeler.
Kaka bre? Gori!
Moje, gotov. Gotov je 100% gotov.
A gdje ste momci? It's gonna blow!
Ostali samo dugmići.
Ej, Nisko, let's go!
Bravo.
Idem da pokupim moje oružje.
To je to.
Support weapon.
Eto da to je to.
Uzmi ranac.
Dobro, evo da se samplove možemo sad.
Tagging map. Southeast. Far.
Aj! A znaš, Dexter, da sa plazma oružjem možeš da uništiš ovu pečurku iz daljine, ja nisam znao uopšte.
Gdje ti pečurka?
Da, ubacili su svašta.
Oni ti daju da, kako se zove, magu.
Pečurke ti Force Viewer, to piše. To ti je ono što ti pravi maglu na dobošci.
Force Vieweri su valjda one bube.
Requesting tag pack. Dropping item.
Jeste igrali Iluminate, malo jeste?
Jesmo, ali to samo kad je full ekipa, ovako ne vredi da nas guze.
Pa evo tu sam ja, brate.
Kao što rekao, puna ekipa, uvijek nas je ovdje 2 do 3, to se ne isplati, 4 čovjeka može.
Hoćete sljedeći Iluminat?
Ako ti hoćeš, mak će ti smeta da igram ove, kako se zovu?
Ne, to me je ništa, ja ću svako, još jednu pa ćemo...
Okej. Puštam.
Pa se raketa da ih deru.
Stop, Max.
Neću. Au, brat, kakav vatra je.
Tagging location, bugs, northeast, east. Marking location, northeast.
Valjda je to.
Našao sam super stemplove.
Sending in an eagle.
Okej.
Uši je,
Valjda je čisto. Zemljište se malo utabalo.
Marking location, east.
Pečurku vidim.
Affirmative.
Sređujem je. Kako nema za ovo da gađaš? Ne gađaš.
Evo ja vidim, brate, rupe ovdje milion.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Mag's empty. Objective located, southeast.
Predaleko smo, 300 metara udaljeni, znaš?
Ma vidi ti ovdje, brate.
Marking location, east.
Gotovo.
Affirmative.
Malo sam samo trebao da priđem.
50 meters.
To zbog autolok, gađa se kopina, spiru.
Da, odlično.
Mislim da je ovdje.
Mag's empty. New mag. Requesting air support. Enemy elite. South. 100 meters.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Orbital inbound.
Dalje, svi. Baca napal.
Meni pričaš.
Svima.
Rock tunnel breach. Requesting air support.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Tagging location. Bunk hole. Northwest. Heavy.
Uje.
Mag's empty. New mag. Supplies. South. Feels good. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Bunk hole. Southeast. Close. Affirmative.
Destroyed.
Marking location. Northeast. Heavy.
Može pomoć Pakić.
Heavy.
Može
Northeast.
dolazi.
Close. Heavy.
Aaaa!
Close.
Push!
Calling in reinforcements.
Laž.
Battle Titan, šta je?
Gotov je.
Moje.
Gotov.
Moje. Ništa nemoj vjeriti.
Reporting to the front.
Gdje je sad?
Ne znam.
Si disponovo, bret?
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 100 meters.
Brate, nema ga je. Nema ga odmah jebate. Pobego, evo ga mrtav kao navodno.
Pobegulja?
Koji pauk, ja sam ga ubio, brate.
Ja sam pauk, mali pauk.
Oho, moram se udaljiti.
Belu mrežu bi ti pleo.
Why are you running?
Objective located. Southeast. Tech pack inbound. Calling down supplies. Calling down fortifications. Calling down a sentry.
Nekog.
Sending in an eagle. Tagging location. Northeast. Requesting sentry. Requesting orbital. Heavy.
9!
Heavy on my position. Heavy west on my position.
Terminala.
Pravi čas, brate.
Bežite.
Roger.
Roger.
Affirmative. Supplies. Requesting vehicle. Tac pack inbound. Marking location. Marking location.
Vod. Nema ti tu izlaza, druže. Odošli sample.
Sve je propalo, je.
Za demokratiju, za Sašu Popović.
Sve je propalo.
Nisi upao u bunar.
Yes.
Svaka čast. Jesi bar poželao nešto?
Ne mogu da verujem, majke mi, znači smorio sam se. Smorio sam se.
Biće bolje. Prvo mora da se smrti, znači s vama.
Ma daj bre, Ilija, molim te. Zgazi matko.
Evo te niko da ti obeleži bunar, ja sam baš teo rekao, ali neko nećeš jebote.
Ne možeš stići, ne možeš stići. Lovko!
Ma ništa čeč nisam vidio jebote. Ništa. Samo fup, doviđenja.
Treba se da ti obeleži.
Ma brat, imao si mi super sam.
Ovo šta je ovdje buba, evo.
Meno je pečurka vama. Evo. Smor.
Buba koreo, šta je buba?
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Reloading! Throwing supply beacon! Engaging terminal. Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting fortifications.
Boris, dođi kod mene. Tu će napad. Napad, vidi. Slavko, pazi napad! Ja sam bio artiljerija u vojci, moram da vidiš.
Gdje je moj raket, brate?
Sklonite se, ja ću da aktiviram ovo.
Aktiviraj.
5 sekundi.
To je 3 minuta. Outside, they're pushing.
Dropping a pin, west, 300 meters.
Malo nisam upao u rupu. Ovo je upao u rupu dole, vrate.
Tako i ja malo.
Za koliko mi je palo da upadnem je.
Morio sam se što sam imao super samplove, čovječe.
Ma dobro.
Pa nije dobro.
Ma nema se. Bici.
Šta je dobro?
Bici.
Imamo se koji idioti se stoji kao šta? Dobro.
Aj pa kupit ćemo, brate, u sledeći na 10-ku u stijače.
Ma imam ja sve, bre, čovječe, ja sam upgrade-ovu sve, man.
Također.
Boli mene kurac, nego mi krivo, razumeš?
Imaš sve na maks.
Sve mi je, bro, na
maks. Pa šta ću ti odpiti?
Pa, krivo mi što nisi palo, jebim.
Ma aj.
Ovo je duboko.
Makiću bi značilo, on čovjek nije recimo upgrade-ovo brod.
Tako, ja čujem onaj beacon kako pipće i prelazim, vidim rupije. Taj beacon mali.
Ma nek puši kurac malo, taj beacon mali.
Objective located, southwest. Requesting air support. Tunnel breach. Calling down some.
Sending down equipment package.
Ubio me neko, šta je ovo jebote? Ubilo me vozilo, kako me ubije vozilo jebote, neću više ni penjati u njega jebote. Jebote, izađem iz vozila, ubije me vozilo, jebote.
A šta je bilo?
A ništa, izađem iz ovoga džipa, brate, i mrtav. Ne znam kako je.
Kripta.
Get some! Get some! Ending in an eagle. Bugs, north. Injury, blood injury. Get some, get some.
Sam ja tu. Nije bio mi ti mami tu ja.
Calling down fortifications. Calling down a sentry. Orbital inbound. Requesting sentry. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Iz ovih extraction.
Ujebote, šta im ovo radi?
Prazan.
Hvala lijepo.
Requesting.
Pa smo ovdje pobili ove gamadije.
Have a
Stoj.
taste of democracy.
Stoj.
I've got you.
Blagodari.
Outpost destroyed.
Calling down a
Extraction
vehicle.
is available.
Bug tunnel breach. Throwing supply beacon.
Ugled, šta je to?
Sending in an eagle.
To mi dole kao karpet.
Calling down a sentry.
On sam ga parkirao ovdje, možeš pucati.
Malo nisam umro, evo.
Dropping item.
Od auta.
Da, od auta opet. A neće me više jebat, nema šanse.
Ja sam ga samo stavio da blokira ulaz, znaš?
Znam.
Samo da blokira, ništa drugo. Hoćeš li artiljeriju makati?
Evo, neću gazit s ovim, brate. Ovo ih bije, ovo ih raznosi. Pazi da te ne ubije.
Requesting orbital.
Da sam napad.
Šta im ove rakete rade, jebe?
Requesting air support.
Aj, čekaj.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
For prosperity. Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
I've got you. Affirmative.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle. Reloading.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
They're pushing it. Hey.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcements budget depleted.
Ako nije problem ovdje.
Objective located.
Ljudi, od mene dosta.
Pošteno.
Pošteno, ne mogu više.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1
Opet došli mi leđa.
Ja mislim da ću ja pauzu napraviti, ja se probudio jutros u 7:30.
Već je 10 sati.
Ja sam se slako otišao sam na pauzu, možda se vratim. Hvala vam na igri momci.
Dobre patite.
Ja
Sve
bih
rešili.
ubaciti u klon, realno.
Pa daj, samo što smo počeli da igramo, jebate.
Nismo stari ljudi. Sad bi pitao što ne dođeš, a nije preko dana.
Sad smo se dogovorili, brate. Da. Što sad vremena prošlo, brate. Ma daj.
Meni je žao, ja imam film koji već hoću da gledam 3 dana.
Koji?
Alien Romulus.
Još nisi pogledao, oje.
Ne, uvijek nađem nešto bolje da radim.
Ništa ne ti više.
Toliko je dobar film da uvijek nađeš nešto pametnije.
Sutra, vikend je. Subota, nedelja, ali tako?
Dexter, dok si ti ovdje?
A, pa Beću, nemam pojma, 1, 2, 3 sigurno.
A tu u pašću ja posle samo da ubacim nešto u film.
Zašto mi ovi Twitch dropovi ne rade, brate, nije mi jasno, jebote.
Ajde, momci, vidimo se.
Ajde.
Pozdrav. Zato što nisi, ideš na onu stranicu da se povezuje, znaš?
Ne povezao sam, dobio sam 2 i ova sad 2 stoji mi, ništa se ne dešava, a gledam stream, jebote. To me to nervira, jebote.
Siguran. Pa refreshuj stream, možda
Pa evo, sad sam refreshao. Nije, gledam ovoga Psycho Ghosta, je.
Ako ima IQ uključeno to ti on.
Ja sam tu došao kod Snake-a da gledam, međutim, ja kako sam došao tako...
Nemaš kant. Meni je svim pucao 15 puta zbog Diablo.
Hanta uključio Diablo, rekao je hvala ti se.
U zdravlje. Zdravlje.
Koji si pargu na Snake?
130.
Ujebote.
A to